zongena siya ngisho iNorthern Cape izobuya bo siyabo sethi sihelele siya angisakhulumi ngephila TV sector ngisho nonke sihlangene njenge-HIV siya yamanlandana abanye abantu awu Comrade Mlu awulanda abanye sikhalo se-LGBTI asiwo yethula mntana wena ukhalelani wena ulilelani bo wena ukhale sikhalo somfazi asiwoyeki wena ulilelani wena ukhalelani bo wena ukha isililo sendodwa siwoyeke wena ulilelani lila man wena ukhalelani bo wena ukhala isililo se-C20 siwoyeke wena ulilelani wena ukhalelani bo nanso-ke zizojika izinto iyabuya i-2030 iyabuya i-J bathi iGauteng izohosta thulamdana i-G20 iyabuya our priorities iphakade wena ukhale bathi thula mntanami bathi mntanami bathi bathi thula mntanami no kwandebe sikhalo somama sihoyeke wena ulilelane wena ukhalelani bo nanso-ke zizojika izinto wena wena ukhale noma uTrump akavumi sithi thula mntana thina siphethu Ramaphosa thula mntana thina siphethu cupcake wena ukhale bathi bathe thula mntana hayi manina hayi mamshila hayi mina ngikhathele nje simele ichairperson amandla simele umamshila usolanda abanye apparently kuthiwa izolo mina was not there kuthiwa izolo eswimming pool bari Jesu modi montate konyana ngawele mure nawele mure Jesu konyana nta te modi mori hawele mure bari hawele mure na bari hawele mure nawe bari Jesu konyana nta te modi mori hawele murena bari Jesu konyana nta te modi mori hawele murena bari hawele murena bamitsa kamabitso Emmanuel Bamita Gamabito, Emmanuel, Emmanuel, Mapedi Akai, Batswana le Basotho, Emmanuel, Amako, Salamangebele, hey, Uzulu, Emmanuel, 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 Aricheso Gonyanan, Temodi Mori Hawele Murena, Maricheso Gonyanan, Mori Mori Hawele Mure, Maring Hawele, Hawele Murena, hey, Nina, Nisile, Mamsila, Ozabel. I must put in Africa. The angel ruled the water. Next, springen, 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 springen. Northern Cape, as you saw. Springen, springen. Yes, 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 may. And yes, again. Okay, bye bye. Yeah, oh, yeah, she's here. Batty from Cape to Caro, Amurogo to Madagascar, Iazania, Israeleto, Solitata, Gebazoga, from Kehazania.
Good morning. I'm trying to get other members, but unfortunately, others can't bayadla ngale. Yeah, this is very not in order, comrades. A leader don't act like that. If we say 9 o'clock, 9 o'clock is here. Unless you are telling us that we have made a mistake to convene this sitting, and people are here for leisure, we don't have time for that. We need to start, and you have to respect yourself, respect time, because ilanga lanamhlanje lifishane. Kindly so. When we're supposed to be in, you were told yesterday by 9 o'clock you're supposed to be here because it's a short day today. People have to leave. And when one says you need to leave and you say, by the way, we are still eating, it can't be correct, comrades. It can't be correct. If we are in this space, this is a different space. It's not like our meetings usually that we hold. Can you all rise and start so that iskati singashi? We are already 30 minutes ahead. Can we rise and sing the national anthem, please? We've also prepared the African AU anthem. I've requested Guti it will flight amagama that you are able to sing as well. Thank you so much. Can you please give us the tune, please? Nkosi Sikelel' Africa. Can you please play us the anthem?
Let us all unite and celebrate together the victories won for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together to defend our liberty and unity. Oh, sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun and flesh of the sky. Let us make Africa a tree of life. Let us all unite and sing together to uphold the bonds that frame our destiny. Let us dedicate ourselves to fight together for lasting peace and justice on earth. Oh, sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun and flesh of the sky. Let us make Africa the tree of life. Let us all unite and turn together to give the best we have to Africa, the cradle of mankind, the fount of culture, our pride and hope and break of dawn. Oh, sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun and flesh of the sky. Let us make Africa the tree of life.
Thank you so much. You may be seated. The sons and daughters of Africa, the flesh of the sun, you are the daughters, the voice of those that cannot speak for themselves. You are the voice of hope. You are going to make the tree of life. It's all up to us on how we do this as communities, working closely with our government. Good morning. My name is Ufihliwe Ushila Gampele. I'll be the program director for the day today. And I hope you slept well. Isihlamahlama sikho kabi, angithi sesi-right. I'm sweating to show that it's coming out, though I was not intoxicated. But isihlamahlama sayizolo, water is here and the coffee is outside, so that we take it out. Ngiyakholwa ukuthi bonsi ba rona we are ready, sisonke for today. Are you ready for today? If your son or your granddaughter can ask you in 15 years to come, where were you? What would you say, where were you today? Are you here? Are you here? You are the voice of those that cannot speak for themselves. Being here, it's not a privilege. We are here, we are fighting. You are here, you are making history. When we are here, please let's focus on why we are here. Comrades, brothers and sisters, the whole continent is watching us. The whole world is watching us. Civil society outside, internationally, they are watching this room today. Since day one on Sunday, are we doing it? We should be ensuring that we are carrying those voices and whatever hopes that they are hoping. Today, someone wake up without food. Are you aware of that? Today, someone wake up, akanandlu, uhleli estradini. They have nothing. They have nothing. Today, someone is seated in a long queue waiting for just the medicine to survive. Are we thinking about that? Today, someone, even a house, they can't even pay a bond or what. It's going to be taken away from them. Are we sitting here enjoying ourselves whilst they are crying? Today, a child, whilst going to school, has been hit by a car or one has been raped. Whether a boy or girl, it's the same. So as we sit here, we should be intentional why we are here. My duty today is to ensure that all the reports that you did yesterday and all groups are ready. And I'm told that there's a template that they gave to you. So with no particular order, when you are ready, kindly we'll be requesting you, I think these chairs, they are saying they are putting them for those that will be ready so that we move with speed. I'm told that we'll have 10 minutes to present what you've thought and what you think government must do. We are watching. We are not fighting government. We are assisting government. Where they cannot reach, that's where we are. I want to welcome you all and to say it's nice to be here. It is a work that we have to do today and not only ending in C20 and beyond. We are leaders, elected, mostly all of us, to lead this journey. So may we kindly sow. In the policy brief, in the policy pack, we want to hear your voice. It's not the apex leaders that are going to write these policies. It's all in your hand. Kusezandleni zenu. Dikomatsonga lona. It's in your hands. So I'm not sure whether you are ready. I'll see if you're moving to these chairs that you are ready. Please show. Our groups are ready. Can you please, in no particular order, just go and sit there so that we are aware who's there and who's ready to start. Angaga be ready, nonke. Are you ready, comrades? Can you occupy these seats, the two wing seats? Angbon, I don't see you. Where are you? Ah. Can you please, comrades? No, I should be calling you. I should be calling you. Okay, in the meantime, when they sort themselves, you can go. Ngipheni phela ilist sizokhona ukuhamba. Where is it? Is it that one? Good morning, comrades. I will be calling you then. I will call the groups. Angithi anifuna ukuzileta, so we rather call you then. Thank you. The first group that we are going to call, I'm not sure whether they are here, is already Women and Gender Equity. Are they here? Women and Gender Equity, you've got 10 minutes to present your story. Your PowerPoint, please, ngicela niyisele ngale, la bazoyisebenzisa khona. Where is that group? Women? Can I see with a show of hands? You are ready? Would like to receive your input. It is very important that we hear what are you saying, that we suppose the Sherpa and the chair takes to G20. Are you ready? They're not ready. Hi, kanjani manje? Where's the other one? Are we ready, people to people? Interaction and solidarity, are you ready? Hawu ngathi anikho ready nonke, kwenze njani? Ni right? Nenzeni kanti izolo? Hey, yabona ucomrade Mapsi umoshile le nto izolo yo? Konakele izolo. What has happened? Is poverty alleviation and food sustainability. Are you ready? So much, thank you. Is your PowerPoint? Thank you. Can you come and present? You can come here and present. Thank you so much. At least we've got a group that is ready. We are very much eagerly awaiting to hear from your voice, representing those that cannot represent themselves. What is it that we want us to take to G20? Whatever that you are telling us, this is what we are going to take to G20. You have, is it 10 minutes? Please, I'm going to check that you're 10 minutes and you're out. Thank you so much. Welcome. Okay.
I'm gonna be even less than 10. Good morning, comrades. My name is Tandi Hoba, and I'm from Green River Bend Programs, an NPO that's based in the Eastern Cape. Okay.
We have others on the phone.
All right. Can we please have the presentation? Nancy, if I send you laphaya. We send you lapho.
Okay, tell us what we need to do. Okay. Our presentation, when can you please take them, Lapayana, please?
Sorry. can see my clock also. It's not showing. Uzobona. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. So our working group was looking into the issues of poverty alleviation and food sustainability, which is which is what we want to have our issues for policy to be taken to C20. And as a group, we have established that the truth is that the African continent is not poor. But what we need to do is to be able to coordinate the resources that we have, which is our land, our water, our minerals. So we need better coordination. And we also agreed that we need to pursue food sovereignty, which is our overall goal. So we looked at the priority areas, which are access to land, agricultural value chains, food production, and agroecology, and other resources, and climate change, which we think that those will solve the problems that we have. So getting on to what we wanted to do to push forward, we have said that in terms of right to land, food and water, we need to have priorities in terms of access to land for smallholder and subsistence farmers. There needs to be gender equity in allocation of land and rights to natural resources. And this thing of patriarchal norms that we experience in communities has to be undone with. There need to be prioritization of nutrition and producing healthy food in the food system. Access to local markets for smallholder farmers, it needs to be coordinated so that we can sell the produce directly to the community and also be able to reach the markets that the smaller holder farmers are unable to reach. Public community markets as alternative to supermarkets, because now we have a challenge that the supermarkets would want us to comply with your SA gap and your HACCPs, which we are unable to do because we do not have funding to get those systems in place. Promote local food production systems to counter hunger and prioritize community food security before marketing our produce. Prioritize land and water rights for food over extractive industries, mining and plantations. We cannot amplify this more. It looks like the priority now is mining and industries, except farming. We want farming to be an access or the priority. Flexible market contracts to allow farmers to share fulfillment obligations. We need to conserve and promote seed saving, seed exchange, and farmer seed systems at all levels. Input supply programs to diversify to include organic and farmer seed. We do not want GMOs. We want good seed, we want good seedlings, and we want our farmers to be able to be the ones that own that value system. Diversify what and how we farm for climate resilience. And also we cannot talk about farming without talking about the shortage of water. Day zeros, we need to have a policy that talks into how this can be addressed. Water licensing for equitable farmers, lower rates for water to homestead and smallhold farmers, and those water rights need to accompany the land redistribution, English. Food system and food producers should be considered and included in the disaster response plans. Now, we spoke at length about the agricultural value chains, but we were able to put forward the following, that agriculture should be at the center of all efforts to address poverty. We need to acknowledge and cultivate the role of small-scale farmers in the food system. We need to, and we can't overemphasize, to have mechanisms to ensure that we involve our youth in agriculture, because we need them to be self-reliant. There's a problem of youth employment, and agriculture is a solution to solve that. And also their school curriculum needs to also include agriculture, as part of the learning areas, that they are also when they leave school, they can be experts in agriculture. We need to have policies that encourage and support urban farming. we have learned that these days you cannot be saying, I don't have land to farm. You can farm on rooftops, you can farm at the backyard. So we need to be able to support systems like that, because those are the farmers that also supply the markets with their produce. Implements for farming are a priority, but with those implements, we want to make sure that we do not cultivate the soil. We need to make sure that we keep our soil as healthy as possible. Then we also said that we need a policy that will assist farmers, to those that want to do agro-processing. This is also an area where youth can be involved, so that we can also curb food wastage. There's a lot of food that goes to waste. So how can we make sure that that food is then put back into the system to make sure that it also provides jobs for people? Prioritize land and water rights, facilitate access to market. Agroecology is the solution to, and it also, when we're saying agroecology, we mean food sovereignty. And climate adaptation policies need to be clear and be able to be implemented even at ground level. And we need to explore also what foods can be produced locally. We need to stop this thing of importing food and advocate for those food products to be sourced locally, and challenge policies that are allowing big business to import food, which we can also produce. Which means then, if that is done, then smaller farmers are able then to sell their produce, and we can have like our local or in local food markets, or food systems. And then we went into agroecology. This we can to make sure that we are able to assist the farmers that are willing to transition, because we're talking about food sovereignty, and we cannot have food sovereignty if we're still producing unhealthy food. So we need to employ agroecology and other sustainable farming techniques as a way to adapt climate change. I think yesterday we spoke a lot about the climate change and what it does in terms of food production. Employ agroecological ways of land rehabilitation, input supply programs to be diversified to include organic and farmer seed, and diversify how we farm for climate resilience. And we need to also educate communities and small scale farmers on water harvesting and farming. And also we learned that within us, we have a wealth of knowledge from people that know how to produce healthy food using indigenous knowledge systems. And then climate change, we still said as a group that we need to put more in terms of how we think that climate change can be addressed. But what is important is that we facilitate co-learning and knowledge sharing between government, NPOs, and communities on climate change, and what really adaptation could look like at community level. And so by doing that, then we make sure that climate adaptation and resilience finds its expression in policy. We need to put early warning systems in place to prepare farmers for climate disasters. And that needs to go to the grassroots level, also to make sure that everyone is aware of what is going on. And also we needed to make sure that we center agroecological techniques to adapt to climate change. And we cannot ignore the issue of biodiversity and waste management, as we have already alluded to those points in our previous slides. So this is still work in progress, and we said that we have ways of working together, where we have already created a WhatsApp group where we will meet monthly to share how we can, input more policy motivations towards the G20. And within that, the WhatsApp group will also share the documents that we need to still look at to see how we can devise a policy and recommendations from them. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Niyancintsana ngezandla zenu. Can you give a round of applause to the group? Niyancintsana, honestly, she did well. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It is a hope that one day we won't have GMO in our land. And thank you so much to the group. Thank you so much. Poverty alleviation and food sustainability. Do we have cultural diversity? Ready? Recognition and enforcement? Already? Okay, your presentation is there. Okay, you may come. Give round of applause so that we hear what you're saying. Remember, this is Africa. This is Africa, this is our time. Guys, I need you to enjoy this moment. I need you to enjoy this moment, to say, this is what we are doing. You'll all have 10 minutes. You've got a timer that is here. Then after all, we'll take discussions.
Thank you. Our topic is cultural diversity. There is recognition and embracement. While we are waiting for the screens to come up, I'll quickly summarize the content before we wrote. Yes. I'll quickly introduce our topic as a very vital one for C20. Reason being that we are here because of our identity, who we are, our cultures, and what makes us stand out as Africans. Colonialism inflicted a profound and lasting wound on Africa's cultural heritage and unique diversity, particularly through the deliberate suppression and devaluation of indigenous languages. Africa is a tapestry woven from three major language groups, which is the Bantu, Afro-Asiatic, and Nilo-Saharan language families. And out of these families comes the Semitic, which initially is the one that is literally used by the whole world. And each intrinsically is linked to distinct identities, histories, and the worldview of what we see in our current times. The colonial imposition of foreign language severed this vital connection, and it forced a mental and cultural decolonization that is still ongoing. The depletion of African medicine and contamination of good cultural practices that has destroyed discipline and a sense of identity. The absence of robust African media dedicated to teaching our cultural history, diverse cultures, and vibrant heritage exacerbates this disconnect. And without narrative shaped and disseminated by Africans, we risk further erosion of our unique identities and the loss of invaluable soft skills crucial for navigating the digital age and participating effectively in a competitive global economy. I'm sorry, the screen is too bright and I'm wearing glasses. To heal and restore, we urgently need comprehensive programs and policy changes and systems that champions our language, promote indigenous learning systems, and empower a new generation to reclaim and celebrate the profound cultural legacy that defines Africa. We have put three major policy components into education, which is curricular transformation, as the main pillar that we are going to use to ensure and determine that there's policy changes and there's amendments that will bring us to economic transformation. We have also put removal of artificial borders as a core policy need that needs to happen in order for us to ensure that we come to this third one again, that is economic transformation. We are saying one Africa, that we are diverse in cultures, beliefs, customs, but we are united and one in our uniqueness and diverseness. And we need to ensure that we retain and we go back to who we were in order for us to reclaim what was lost and move forward into the future better and stronger. An example that we made was for the kings and queens, who are unfortunately now called traditional leaders, and we have said in our group that traditional leadership title puts them in a corner where they are restricted. Although anciently and religious, as I will say anciently, the kings were the ones who held the order and the hierarchy that governed countries and levels. But we've come to a place where they are called traditional leaders, and we said that they rule the world with reverence, order, and precision. And the minute they entered spaces, normally there's totem praises that are sung. And this automatically connects them with names, totem identities, songs, and praises that brings us to oneness as Africans. And at the same time, leads them to their uniqueness as created by the Supreme Being. We have created under the three pillars, which is education, borders, and economy, barriers that we said we'll look at. Under education, we said curricular barriers are putting us back as Africans because the curriculum that we are using as a continent is borrowed, it's not ours. Had we maintained whom we originally are, we would have been very far and maybe never even colonized. The languages, thank you. The languages that we are using are borrowed, it's not ours. So expression as related to our topic becomes distorted or not perfect simply because we don't, we cannot express or explain ourselves the same in a foreign language as in our own home languages. So it affects education in a very big way. We spoke about resourcing two of our current education systems where we find ourselves in a space where our schools are overpopulated, teachers are not enough, the curriculum needs are not met, and we are expecting to bring outcomes and we are not, we are failing. Food security is an issue that was discussed by my colleague. Wrong media influence that has turned us into subhumans because we are receiving what is not meant for us. And those that are giving us the media are not giving it to their own. So we need to also focus on policies that will make sure that we have power to change what we receive. The spaces has also been made smaller by the scramble of Africa, wars that are relocating people from their natural places into one area. Then we end up fighting for resources and we are creating animosities amongst ourselves as one family. Under the borders, we spoke about the issue again of forced migration, which I touched on, the lack of infrastructure to afford healthcare, education, and other basic needs. The choice of non-Africans to Africans when it comes to entry in and out of countries. It's something that we need to replace and ensure that we put Africans first before we put other non-Africans. The issue of the scramble was again an influence of politics in alignments of policies is a problem and it restricts trade. Under the last pillar, where we speak about economic participation, we said it is highly restricted because the policies that are in line have not been amended to accommodate our needs because most of us are informal, micro, and small businesses, and we struggle to get into the macro businesses because of the policies. That the old policies must be changed or amended in order to allow economic power. Legal power dynamics as well is another issue because we see that most of the policies that we are focusing on are parts of what was used in the apartheid era. They have not been amended to speak to us in this current state. So the outcomes of ourselves, in a summary again, will be that our policies begin with fundamental curricular transformation of both education and religious systems across Africa, recognizing that these institutions has historically been and continue to be tools of colonization, and we advocate for a complete overhaul of the curriculum. This transformation aims to decolonize knowledge, promote indigenous African perspectives, digital transformation, languages and histories, and foster critical thinking and empower African citizens to dismantle and linger effects of colonial mindsets in all spheres of life, including economics and social, and also rewriting and digitizing storage and promotion of African history and etc. The removal of borders and currently fragment the African continent. The policy that aims to foster genuine Pan-African unity and significantly boost intra-Africa trade, thereby fully actualizing the African continental free trade area. And by facilitating this movement of people, goods, and services, we will unlock continent's collective economic potential that will strengthen us in many areas. It still goes to economic transformation, where we said we focus on the reacquisition of land and minerals and the return of economic power to African hands, which include the development of robust framework of equitable resources management, promoting of local value additions, building an African-owned and controlled industries. This liberation is crucial for the eradication of persistent social ills, with the direct focus on achieving and exceeding the objectives outlined in the 16 SDGs, ensuring a prosperous and equitable future for all Africans. The processes will be discussed maybe in the main documentation, but this is our giving with regards to curricula with our topic, which is curricula is crazy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we please give the round of applause to the group? It is speaking about our different culture, the cultural diversity, recognition, and embracement. I am an African. I'm the daughter of the soil. When I stand up, you see me as an African. When I'm in Africa, I'm at home. When I'm outside, I'm a foreigner. I'm an African. I live, I walk the lives of Africans. Ngisangoma. Yes, I am. Thank you so much. Siyathokoza, Lisedi. Ngabe ngiyanigidela kodwa hayi amathonga awavumi. Ngabe nginivusela idlozi ngitshitshimbe ngibonisa injabulo yokuthi sikhona kulomhlaba, umhlaba okhokho abasishele wona. Is this land in the safe hands? Why are we eating GMO when we are saying we are in the safe hands? Is this land in the safe hands? Are our ancestors where they are looking at us? Are they happy? If they are not happy, let's do right for the generation that is coming. And the one that is here now, I hope young people are listening. And we are trying to reform and transform and claim what Africa is. Kimutu. Ubuntu is being bastardized. Ubuntu has nothing to do with what is happening. Ubuntu starts by saying no one owns the land. The land owns us. No one will claim the mountain that the mountain is mine, or the river, and change even the name. If we have changed the name of the river, we have changed the name of the mountain, of even the land, we have bastardized Africa. Let's transform Africa at all costs. We are not afraid. We are here today to change the course of Africa. We've been all called by our ancestors to be here. The Most High protected us as well to be here. Kara, let the sun shine for us, all of us. Let's be brightened and be happy to say, I'm the son and the daughter of Africa. Not only in the African land, also those in the diaspora. I own the oceans. The ocean is my land. The river is my land. That's where my family lives. Trees, animals, they're part of our families. Let's protect them. Thank you so much. I'm not sure Guti, now we are ready. Is there a group that is ready? Mina ngithanda umuntu athi ready, I can come. Wozamkhulu, which group is that one? Employment. Okay, employment opportunities and retention. Are we going to create employment ourselves? I-COVID iyafika and employment iyaphela. Ukuthengisa inkwa wawuboshwa. Sesingasakwazi nokubhaka umphokoqo. Let's do it ourselves. Over to you, sir. Is your PowerPoint ready there?
I
Can you
gave
please
it
call
to
upon
them,
it?
so. I gave it to them. I'm not sure.
Is
It's
the PowerPoint ready there? Sure.
okay. Good morning, colleagues. Um, the leadership of C20 under the leadership of Comrade Cholan Shefuta, the apex leadership of C20 that have worked so hard to put this together. Greetings, colleagues. Greetings, colleagues. Um, which button? Okay. Thank you. So we discussing the employment opportunities and retention, and we know all of us that this country have the highest unemployment rate in the world. This region, SADC, have the highest unemployment rate in all the regions. So when we talk about employment and unemployment, in my view, it cuts across everything that we've discussed here, and we are here for. We know that civil society organizations have a burden of looking after communities that are unemployed, the rural communities that are seriously underprivileged. So in this group, I was working with two core facilitators before we discuss in the groups. Unfortunately, they're both overseas at the moment. The Nayong Kong is based in Korea, but was traveling across Europe. And then we have Dr. Karina Fisher Morgensen, who is based in Cape Town, but happened to be traveling overseas at the time of the conference because of the time that it took. I mean, the short time that it took to call us all here. They both could not travel, but they're going to be contributing with us in the future. And Dr. Morgensen have a PhD in disability. So she is one of the experts in working with people with disability, and we're looking forward to working with her. As we know that the disability people with disability group are seriously marginalized, and we are hoping that this group will elevate, and we had all the issues that they've been raising and how they are trying to establish themselves in the C20. So we hope that some of the resolutions that are taken here will elevate that and make it possible. So we had three contexts. We had three contexts on in this presentation, but we're not going to look at the global context because of the time I'm looking. I'm left with 7 minutes because of the time limits. But we're going to continue looking at. We're not going to look at the African context. We're just going to zoom into the South African context, which I think is quite important for these groupings and for take home go once this conference is gone. So I'm going to just leave a lot of this. Oh, okay, and then so the unemployment in South Africa is a huge problem. The official definition: 32.9% of the people in this country are not employed. But official definition is incorrect because when you're talking about people who are unemployed, we're talking about everybody that does not have a job. So the expanded definition is said it's 42.9 people that are unemployed. And you must note this, in the last quarter of December, there were 41.9 people that are unemployed. So in the last quarter, 1% of the people have lost their job. When you look at here, the people that are unemployed have risen in one quarter, or the people that were employed have dropped in one quarter from 16 from 17.1 to 16.9. So unemployment is rising. And these are the statistics about the youth unemployment. I'm gonna go through quickly. It's very intimidating this time. And, and I want to talk about the public employment programs in this country. When the chairperson was giving a summary on the first day, he said that he committed to 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 moving mountains to create massive public employment program for young people in this country. But I mean, I'm saying it shouldn't be only for young people. We have a missing group of undermined people that are between the ages of 36 and 50. And a lot of those young people missed out on opportunities. And now the time has shifted and it has moved. It means they are double marginalized because they're no longer youth, so they're not prioritized. But at the same time, they missed those opportunities when they were youth. So I think that the target should not only be youth. I agree that young people are the most unemployed people in this country, but there are other people just after youth that are also seriously marginalized. So in the public employment program, when you look at this, we have uh, the history of the public employment program, starting with National Youth Service Program that was established in 2001, followed by the expanded public works program that was established in 2004, followed by the community work program in 2009, followed by the expanded public works program NSS, which is non-state sector. It is very important to note those two, the community work program and the NSS, because they were meant to be implemented by the non-profit organizations. And then after that, we had the GTEC fund, jobs fund. And these are historic. And then after that, we have an emerging group of PEPs that have changed a bit and advanced from the historic. But so we there to have the labor activation program. Is the chairperson here? The chairperson of C20 is not here. But chairperson is the chair of the labor activation program in this country. So yeah, we're laying the entire responsibility on yourself to assist us to move the needle on this one so that we can, at least if we don't achieve in anything else, at least in the labor activation program, we should be able to achieve because we have you holding our back. And then we have the job fund in 2020. We have the presidential youth employment initiative, and then we have the social employment funds that were established recently, and most of them they were established as a result of the COVID-19. Now, we have a plethora of challenges with all of them. In the expanded public works program, in the community work program, in the national youth service program, we are not growing. So we're not meeting the target. So the CWP, for instance, was supposed to grow by 2010 to be 1 million. It started at 220,000. It's still at 250,000 and going down. And the NSS have less budget now than it had when it was started. Now, these are two public employment programs that are implemented by the civil society. And they are, for lack of a better word, undermined. and others have started to emerge with bigger numbers, but still more challenges. When you look at the job fund, the process of applying for the job fund, it's almost impossible. And they have a requirement that it needs to be co-funded. It means it marginalizes the civil society because we don't have the 50% that Anglo-American and others have to co-fund those programs. And so what we are proposing is that we need to look at um, uh, we need to look at a process that define the public employment program and look at what should be defined as a as a quality public employment program. In our view, public employment programs have narrow agenda to create job opportunities. But if the agenda was broadened and they were to create the actual job opportunities, this is what we think should happen, is that the wage amount, which is a driver for public employment program, and the non-wage should be balanced out. Currently, you have 80% wage and 20% non-wage. And if you balance that out and you say maybe 50% wage and 50% non-wage, the shift will be that you have the 50% non-wage that allows, Madam Chair, that allows you to create enabling environment. So you are able, in agriculture, for instance, you are able to drill the borehole, you are able to buy the tractors, you are able, and then over a period, like in 3 years' time, you'll be able to have a permanent work because you have created an enabling environment and you are complying with the ILO decent work agenda. I think we're going to have a discussion later. I didn't realize that 10 minutes was so short. Thank you. Colleagues, thank you so much. My time is out.
Thank you so much. We are on a global space. Time is time. When it's 10, it says time's up. It's somewhere here where it's speaking. So 10 minutes is like a 1 minute. 10 minutes in this space, it's a 1 minute. So utilize it, kahle. Which group is ready? Can you please give a round of applause to, he has tried. And I'm happy that he says, I was not aware that 10 minutes is just a short time. It is very short, it's just a minute. Yes, ma'am, you can come. Is your presentation flighted? Can you please run and let's come. We have, isikhathi esincane. 10 minutes is just a short time. Which group is this one? Which group is this one? Yes, yes. Which group is this one? Equitable health for all. Can we start? Your time will be there. When it's time's up, please leave.
Guys, you must see this big clock. No pressure. All right. Okay. Okay. I've had to write down my submission. I am a storyteller by existence, so I have to ensure that it all fits into 10 minutes. Distinguished delegates, civil society leaders, and advocates for health equity, thank you for joining us at this critical juncture, the C20 South Africa engagement. We carry the mantle not only for South Africa, but for Africa and the global South and the world in general. It is imperative that we bring health to the agenda of the G20. Healthy nations are, after all, wealthy nations. Health is an investment. It is not charity. Today, we stand united in our call for bold political will, unwavering commitment, and transformative leadership to achieve equitable health for all. The path to universal health coverage by 2030 demands urgent, equity driven action which is anchored in human rights, engagement with community leadership, and global solidarity. 2030 is 4 years and 6 months from now. Where are we? My name is Ngate Ndweshe Penelope Hazel Morombedzi. I am with the AIDS Healthcare Foundation. I am the co-facilitator of the Equitable Health for All Working Group, along with Comrade Nombasa. Now, I want to take us into the priority areas that we have discussed as a group, and I please urge that I put the disclaimer that we recognize the extensive submission of our traditional healers and leaders' priority. I do not want to do a disservice to the very rich discussions that came out yesterday, but to urge you to please engage as our conversation goes forward and understand the rights-based ask of priority number 4. Our first priority, oh, I must use this thing. That's what they say. Okay. Ah, okay, there they are. Now, this is just an overview. Like I said, this is a matter of me sticking to time. Our first priority as a working group is strengthening primary health care for universal health coverage. We must fortify primary health care as the cornerstone of universal health coverage through community led service delivery, robust investments in the health workforce, and sustainable domestic financing. We keep hearing DRM as a tag and buzzword within health. Universal health coverage is heavily and excessively reliant on domestic resource mobilization. I hope our leaders globally and locally and nationally will take that to heart. We advocate for equity-based health service coverage that prioritizes our key populations, often marginalized and overlooked. We want to ensure that no one is left behind within a human rights framework. Priority number 2, I should move these so you can see they're all there. There's priority number 1 summarized. We are on to priority number 2, which is advancing regional research and development and equitable access to health technologies. To enhance our pandemic preparedness, responding to COVID-19 and responding to pandemics that live with us daily on the African continent, we want to call for investments in regional research and development and manufacturing infrastructure to make health technologies accessible, affordable, and available to our populations. This requires reforming regulatory and intellectual property systems to promote voluntary licensing, patent pooling, and technology transfer for equitable access. Lenacapavir has been approved. The majority of Africa cannot afford lenacapavir, and yet it is evidenced to ensure that the spread of HIV is nipped in the bud. It is a clear tool to achieving the very ambitious goal of ending AIDS by 2030. Where is the equity when Africa cannot afford? Priority number 3, we'll look at integrating non-communicable diseases and mental health into universal health coverage. NCDs and mental health must be seamlessly integrated into universal health coverage. This means ensuring affordable access to essential medicines, diagnostics, and services at the primary healthcare level. We are also urging the G20 to establish a dedicated financing mechanism and an accountability framework for non-communicable disease prevention and care. We want this to be supported by measurable targets and active civil society participation. Priority number 4, you guys, the time just moves. Priority number 4 looks at recognizing indigenous knowledge systems and traditional medicine. Indigenous knowledge systems and traditional medicine underpin our very heritage, culture, and tradition. We want that they be respected as equal, autonomous health systems. They must be supported to function as such, recognized and regulated. We demand legal, cultural, and institutional protections for these systems, alongside support for traditional health practitioners, especially women, and ethical benefit sharing frameworks rooted in community leadership. We also ask for the facilitation of cross learning from entities that have recognized Indigenous medicine. Number 5. Our priority is looking at building accountable and equitable health financing. We call for international legal frameworks that prioritize accountability, equity, and justice in health financing, with intentional support for trusted global health institutions like the Global Fund and Gavi. Domestically, robust resource mobilization through fair taxation, innovative financing, and participatory planning is absolutely essential, while we hold public and private sectors accountable to ensure sustained human rights standards. In closing, these priorities are not mere aspirations. They are imperative for the survival, dignity, and justice of all of our people in the global south to be realized under the themes which underpin this year's G20 presidency. Let us harness this momentum to drive transformative change, ensuring health equity for all. I thank you.
Thank you so much. You still have 2 minutes, 22 seconds. I'm not sure he's not listening when you still have that time. You can come and say whatever that you want before the next speaker. No, no. Aye. The excitement is just there. You've got 2 minutes to conclude. Yes, you still have. Now they've closed you out because you had 2 minutes extra.
Okay.
You look there and look at your time. You had 2
They've
minutes.
wound up my 2 minutes.
Yes.
All right.
If there's anything that you want to add so much.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Now that I don't have to stick to time, I have 1 minute and 50 seconds. I want to thank all of you for joining us in this very historic moment for Africa, not only for South Africa, for the global south, for the voices that are marginalized, for the people that have been affected and infected by the diseases we continue daily to ensure are put on the priority list for our leaders. I think it is only imperative that we recognize the leadership that has joined us today. Thank you to Comrade Mufundisi, who has fought to ensure that the voices of the communities that you represent are here in the room today. Thank you to our leadership from the city of Johannesburg, Gladys Chabalala. You continue to fight the battle in HIV response. And for the young people that are represented here. You know, I look around the room and I see a diversity. I've recognized somebody who worked with my father when I was 10 years old. I'm now 36, and she's still in the room advancing all of these arts. That indicates something. Somewhere our leadership is not listening. We cannot have 2 decades of my existence such that I join the fight and yet the asks remain the same. I have 40 seconds and I'm going to allow that for me to dignifiedly walk in these shoes off the stage without falling. I thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Each speaker, you have 10 minutes, and you have to time yourself because the timer is here. Thank you so much. Let's give the round of applause to the team. You did well. Let's reclaim the voice of the civil society. It's time to amplify the voices of the marginalized, to reason with empathy, and to speak for those that have been silenced. The cries of our communities demand to be heard. Together, let's break this silence and foster the world where voices matter. In whatever that you are going to present. Is there other group that is ready? Over to you. You may come, sir. Is your presentation already there? Okay. You have your 10 minutes starting now.
It's a digital and inclusive economy. All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Silindile Shezi, uJalambo Hloziba unkomo sengela emaphondweni abanye besengela emaphungeni uGatshana. Ndingumtshana omangutyana omsuthu omsangesho ophapha onqwanda omakhala endlovu. Ndimi nabo, I'm with them today. I'll just be talking about digital and inclusive economies. This is the work that has been compiled by the group. That was amazing. We were roaring like lions. So well done to the group. I'm just representing them. This is not my work. How do you pass? Oh, kaloku nditrosa ngapha mna. Oh, iphaya. Okay, it's fine. Thank you. I didn't. Okay. I'll just skip this because this background is going to eat my 10 minutes. Okay, I want that one. Okay. Just to start with this one, within the digital space, in terms of inclusive economies, the gap in the use of digital technologies between the advanced and developing economies is widening since the 19th and the 20th century. That's one of the unfortunate parts. So similarly, more than 80% of advanced economies have online government service portal compared to only 38% of the developing economies. So the disparity is quite big. These are similar disparities. These and similar disparities are indicative of a digital divide across and, in many cases, within the countries. This digital divide may perpetuate income divergence between and within countries owing to the economic dividends associated with digitalization, unfortunately. So we decided to define a problem statement. What are the issues, with digitalization and inclusive economies? So this is just a list. Though in the last decade, Africa has made substantial strides towards digital transformation, with hundreds of millions of people gaining access to internet, productively utilizing wide variety of digital services such as mobile payments and online learning platforms. Unfortunately, there's still a fundamental need for creating foundations for vibrant, safe, and inclusive digital economies and societies, which are still described by the following. These are the problems now. Firstly, underdeveloped digital infrastructure, more especially in Africa, lack of accessible and affordable connectivity, a stubborn digital gender gap, limited skills for digitally enabled industries, and inadequate regulatory and policy environments. Our government do not have any political will whatsoever, unfortunately. So we did recommend a number of issues. The first one was development of digital policies and strategies, particularly in areas of digital governance, digital access, digital trade, and data governance, and as well as in digital infrastructure. Number two, enhancement of Africa's digital capacity. Like a member state of harness, for member states to harness technologies including AIs, robotics, LOTs, 5Gs, you name them. And then the third one, implementation of the good digital ID framework principles, very important. Implementation of the loan declination, that means on cybersecurity against cybercrime, to achieve a secure, inclusive, and sustainable digital transformation. STI for sustainable development, and lastly, accelerating climate innovation and net zero solutions. So these are the recommendations, but over and above that, we can recommend. So what are the implementation pointers? Firstly, we need solidarity and cooperation. Solidarity between African Union member states, cooperation between the AUC, RECs, African institutions, and international organizations. So the other one is comprehensive, adopting an ecosystem approach that avoids a silo approach, which we see that quite a lot. Transformative, fully leverage, harness, and accelerate impact on social by accelerating Africa's social economic development through digital transformation. Inclusive, which is a inclusive digital transformation for everyone. That's why we talk about inclusive economies. Homegrown, we've heard from one of our previous speakers, homegrown is the way to go. A new mindset, because the status quo has really let us down. We need new mindset and safe society that is well informed about both the opportunities and the risks arising from a digital economy and society, and that healthy disruption to markets and business model is ensured. Now, what are the foundation pillars? I'll just quickly go through here. Enabling environment, policy and regulation, digital infrastructure, digital skills and human capacity, digital innovation and entrepreneurship, critical sectors to drive digital transformation. There's quite a lot. So this is multi-sectoral. So we can talk about trade and industry, trade and financial services, digital governance, good economic governance, digital education, digital health, and digital agriculture. Early warning systems, agricultural intelligence, all of those things. They're quite important for food security. These are cut-crossing themes: digital content and applications, digital ID, emerging technologies, cybersecurity, privacy, and personal data protection. Research and development. We cannot emphasize on this. Africa is really, really struggling in research and development. We don't have intelligent data that is going to inform our policy and our strategy. So we are lacking big time on that aspect. Strategic enablers. So we need political commitment, which I think broadly it is lacking at the moment. Strengthen implementation framework, financial and investment, and more often we're looking outside, to invest in these critical areas. We need to do a lot of local financial development, private sector and civil society engagement. I want to carry a whip a little bit here. The civil society, more often, they are reactive to what the government and the private sector would have done. They don't get proactive. And they always have a cry out messages that we don't get involved. Why would you wait for someone to invite you in your own house? Anyway, regional and international cooperation, capacity development, advocacy, and awareness. Monitoring and evaluation, very, very critical. How do we make sure that we follow up on the priorities and the policies and the strategies that are there? Last but not least, this is my opinion, and this was not discussed in that group. So this is my opinion, because they gave me this task to come in front. I can't even look at people. There are so many eyes here. I'm trying to look here. People are just staring at me. So I decided to take 1 second for my opinion. Digitalized inclusive economy is essential. However, land is fundamental. And more often, we don't talk about land. And I'm challenging everyone to consider land in their endeavors to try and advocate for inclusive economies. And in my opinion, one of the themes of this G20 and C20, we should have put land in front. There's no one who can comfortably say everything that was spoken about here can be achieved without land. I've got 5 seconds. How do we sustain inclusive economies? Need to track the budget and expenditures. We need to map the progress on financial indicators. How do we track outcome? I'm almost finishing. We must have some milestone of measure, and then we must find a way of reporting the progress, maybe through African Union Commission. Last, definitely but not least, I would like to thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we also again give the round of applause? You know, when you stand here and looking at this time, it moves so fast. Whoever that has came and stood here, uzokutshela ukuthi liyahamba le wash. Alihambi kancane, liyahamba. And thank you so much. Thank you to the group, the other group. We have other groups that are ready. Can I see your hand? Yes, you can come trade. Okay. Thank you so much. Trade and sustainability development. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. Uh, Standing here is Sorofo Mutsaga and Hoshi Matlala. We are here to give a report on the trade finance, financial architecture and sustainable development. In our deliberations yesterday, we actually discussed that how can we ensure that Black people can trade, and then how can we realize financial architecture and sustainable development. And one of the key points that we actually discussed as the first point is that we need to be able to revive rural industries. As you can know, we have got factories that have been closed down in Kwandebele, Mohasi in Northwest, and in Venda as well, that can be used for local production and trade. So we believe that reviving those factories will help us in terms of empowering the rural areas, like ensuring that rural development happens, and then so that we can ensure community shareholding in industrial enterprises. We also, another pillar that we came up with is that land as the foundation of trade. We believe that land enables production and economic activity, and secure land tenure and title deeds are essential for development. So as long as the land is not in our hands, there's no way that we can have development, and there's no way we can improve our situations, and then there's no way that we can ensure that there will be sustainable development for future generations. The third pillar is that processing our own minerals. We need to move away from raw exports, but to local beneficiation. And then access to technology is critical for independence and value creation. So if you can check, currently we are exporting all our raw materials out of the country. But if those raw materials can be beneficiated here in the country, it will ensure that employment is created, then all the people that are unemployed can be able to get employment. And then the fourth one is that we need to indigenize the economy, transfer economic control to indigenous communities. Our kings are sitting with hectares, thousands of hectares of land that can be brought back through so that can be brought back to them, and so that we can ensure that we develop our country and our communities for economic emancipation. Then we also need to align skills development and local industrialization. As I've already mentioned, we need to revive those factories. An example is that we used to have a factory in Venda that used to develop, produce school tables. But right now that factory is closed, and then we have to import even tables for our schools from China. So if we can revive that factory, then it will ensure that employment is created, the people of Venda are able to be employable, and then it will boost the the GDP of the country. And then moving on, the other pillar that we discussed is that unlocking technological innovation. We need to promote green technologies. As we know that we are moving towards the green economy, paralysis such as tires to fuel. If we take the tires and then we produce fuel from tires, then we can be able to create employment for those young people that are already unemployed. But we can also have plastic to paraffin that can also ensure that we create employment. Then biogas from cow dung and water. We can use that. Chair, what does that produce? Produces gas. Oh yeah, produces gas. Yeah, and then support community-led sustainable projects. So we cannot. The only way we can empower our communities is that we need to support their community-led sustainability projects. Then the next one is land reform and governance. CPAs lack capacity, so we must consider community development forums instead, because there's over 100 CPAs that don't know or that are not capacitated enough to be able to foster development in our communities. And then we should ensure transparent and accountable land management structures so that we can be able to push development in our communities as well. So, as you can check, the land is very central to everything that we are discussing. So, we must sort and solve that land question so that we can be able to advance and reach the destination that we prefer. Then the next one is the state-owned land and limitations. PTOs restrict full land use. So we need to move to title deeds. We need to push for title deeds that will be given to our kings so that we can be able to move and we can be able to achieve and push development without any limitations. And then the next one is funding and fiscal realities. Land reform needs funding, but state budgets are constrained. We need to explore inclusive financing and public-private partnerships for us to be able to solve the economic question in terms of monetary value. And then the next one is the constitutional and legal reform. Section 25 blocks meaningful land return. But it's not only Section 25, but we also need to we also need to review Section 25 and Section 212 of the Constitution if we are really serious about development of South Africa and also we are serious about emancipating our country. And then we need a national dialogue that needs to assess the constitutional reform. So if we want to help South Africa and South Africans, we need to have a serious discussion, a dialogue that is only going to talk about Section 25 of the Constitution and Section 212. Then the next one that we spoke about is the health standards and market access. So empowerment includes compliance with health and safety standards. We must train our communities to meet the regulatory requirements. As you can see, when you drive on the freeway on the N1, going to Limpopo, you'll see people having bottles that they are selling. How do we ensure that we help them so that those bottles can be SAB approved, so that we know that whatever that we are buying in those bottles is credible and it's not something that will actually have a health hazard to the people that actually purchase those. And then the next one is breaking the barriers to entry. Cartels and monopolies block black participation. How do we ensure that the barriers of entry are done away with, or they are actually made? We can say they need to be softened up so that we can be able to participate in the economy without any restrictions. Then we need to enforce policies to open markets for rural entrepreneurs. And then the next one, because I see my time is now leaving me, so we need the call to action includes a national dialogue. What has what has worked and what hasn't? How do we build a fair, functional economy for rural South Africans? This is a question that we need to check in terms of since 1994. How far are we? And then these are the critical questions that we should be asking ourselves so that we can know the way, so that we can chart a way forward for the country. Then the next one is the economic contradiction. Where will the money come from for land reform when we don't have the funds for social grants and pensions? Is this, are accepting current land policies that means that accepting current land policies, sorry, means accepting that Africans were robbed and must now live as tenants in their own land. Because if you have to buy the land back and you don't have the money, it means that there's no way you can do that. Then we have to just accept the current status quo. Yes. And then the reality on the ground, in Gauteng, we've got informal settlements everywhere. This is an evidence of landlessness. In KwaZulu-Natal, are built on riverbanks due to lack of land. People suffer from floods, displacement, and insecurity. So this is another question that says that we need to address the land question so that we can save lives, but also for dignity that the Africans the Africans need. And then the cultural crisis, cremation promoted due to lack of burial land, but is not our culture. In some cities, families must bury loved ones on top of each other. Our constitution protects culture and religion. This is a violation, and we need to stand against it, and we need to challenge that thing. And then, is the constitution working for the people? We are told our constitution is amongst the best, but it permits cultural violations. It denies land it denies land to the dispossessed. It still favors historical privilege. We must rethink it to serve the majority. A call to the nation. This is about more than land. It's about dignity. It's about cultural and spiritual rights. It's about legal systems reflecting African values and their needs. Conclusion. In conclusion, to unlock trade and true empowerment, address land ownership honestly, protect cultural rights, review and reshape the constitution. Let this be part of the next dialogue. I thank you. I didn't get a chance. I just wanted to say something, but you didn't have a chance, but we'll engage. Please. Yeah, please let them know.
Thank you so much. We learn. Time is critical, time is important. We have other groups, 7, that are still not, are still waiting on the queue. Let's cherish Africa's land and its people, embracing their diversity and celebrating their spirit. Can we give the round of applause to the team? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. The next team. Okay. Babu Mdluli, your team. Is your presentation there already? Thank you so much. You've got your 10 minutes now.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Johnny Mdluli. I will be presenting the science, research, and innovation priority areas. So just a quick background in terms of our composition. This working group really is formed by 3 organizations, which is the South African Health Technological Advocacy Coalition, the Best Health, as well as the Global Health Technological Coalition. So in terms of the content of my presentation, we will quickly look at science, research, innovation, regulatory harmonization, including different funding models and what is our next steps. So in terms of science, really, we will be looking at advocating for the transformation of assertive technological system. And really by so doing, we would like to cater for the needs of people who are living with disabilities, looking at how science can really help us to achieve that. And then secondly, most of this assertive technological equipment, the observation is that they are mainly produced outside South Africa. As a result, for them to be able to come to our country, we need to import them. And as we importing them, we know for sure about the high taxation which is being charged. Really, we are then saying, can we advocate for that so that the tax becomes low? And as the tax becoming low, that will really help us to increase access. And then really looking at coming up with products that can help us to improve the current standards, and then also using scientific innovation to design technologies that can cater for the needs of all South Africans, including people living with disability and those that are using sign languages. So we then say, let us apply science to achieve that. And then let us be honest that there are partners such as your Department of Science and Innovation, the Center for Research and Innovation, who has been working in the space already. And I think if we are to achieve this, we need to look at how do we then partner with such organizations so that we can tap into already existing technologies. And then as far as the research is concerned, really what we are saying this is the systematic, organized, and objective process really to investigate a problem or to investigate a question. And by so doing, we can create new knowledge or validate the already existing knowledges. And for us to be able to do that, we need to strengthen the research, the existing research infrastructure, including the use of community-based participatory research. We are also motivating for the creation of all these technologies with our local communities, because at the end of the day, whatever innovation that you're bringing into the market, you need to have the end user in mind. And if we develop in scientific innovations which don't cater for the needs of the end users or the people who will be using the technology, then we are not moving in the right direction. We are also motivating for the development of community-led, social responsive innovations, which is basically what I've said. And in order to do that, we need to do an assessment of our ecosystem, both nationally as well as regionally, identify those gaps and start working on strengthening those gaps. And I think a lot around innovation is really informed by science and research, which I've already spoken a lot about. But in so doing, colleagues, one of the things that we are saying we want to be innovative on is looking at how do we cater for everybody. I think one of the key messages that is coming out of this meeting is equity. So equity in terms of ethnicity, equity in terms of languages, and as we are developing these technologies, we need to really make sure that they cater for everyone, including people living with disability. And then another thing that we thought we could look at is our educational system. We know for sure that in our educational system, we've got what we call public school vis-a-vis your private school. And let us be honest, the educational offering between public and private is not the same. And this becomes evident when our kids get to the university, because at the university, they are not saying you are from public, you are from private. The offering is the same. And we have seen a lot of our students who are coming from public school really struggling when they get to the university. So again, we are saying, let us push for equity in that aspect. And then for us to be able to do all of this, there is an element of regulation. So in other words, we know for sure that we do have health professional councils of South Africa. We do have the South African Nursing Council. We do have the South African Health Regulatory Authority. So really, for us to speed up this, we need to start working with regulatory bodies, including your World Health Organization. But also important, I think one of the things that has been an issue is how do you give our traditional medicine, Gogo, an equal status to your Western medicine? Because in reality, they are not the same. But then we are then saying, come up with the platform that can promote both. And in so doing, we have established that the World Health Organization has put together a guideline on how this can be done. Because much as we want to give Lenake Pave a credit, let us also give our traditional medicine the same recognition and the same credit. And then before I conclude, really, I just want to say all of this will depend in funding. So we have spent a lot of time looking at different funding models. We know for sure that we have been relying on external donor funding, but looking at what different funding models that we can use. Firstly, we can use our government model. So within our government actually has put together money for research and development, but it gets to be channeled via an organization called the South African Medical Research Council, which is an government agency, but which is really channeling funding. And then we can also look at your philanthropic funding, such as your Gates Foundation. So with this type of funding, really this is where prominent people are coming with their innovative, then they create this foundations, then they start mobilizing resources, which then get to be invested back to for development. We're looking at your private sector funding through the private partnership. We also know for sure that there is a fundraising aspect that we can look at. But most importantly, given the current situation with US funding, we might want to jump to other areas. For example, there's a European Development Clinical Trial Partnership, which is really funding research in South Africa. And then in conclusion, we're just looking at our next step. For this working group, we were very privileged that a WhatsApp group has been set up. We do have a database of members who have volunteered to be to participate in this working group. We have also created an email group for the working group. And then we've got a meeting scheduled for the 26th of June to really come up with our strategic document as well as our operational plan. And then maybe lastly, what I would like to encourage all the working groups, we have learned from health equity that as civil society, we are we are trying to duplicate what the government is doing. And Equity Health has been participating in all these G20, government G20 meetings, and we will be engaged in the Department of Science and Innovation so that our voices as civil society is also heard by participating in those working groups. Thanks, Gogo. Ma'am?
Thank you so much. Can we give the round of applause to the team? Right on 10 minutes on the dot. The other group, let's run. Yes, come. I can see your hands. Come. We have to be finished by 11:30. Women and gender equality, are you ready somewhere? You're ready now? Okay. People to people, interaction and solidarity, are you ready now? Why are you here, not here? Is that group here, not here? Over to you. Quality education. Thank you. Over to you.
Is it possible to? Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues, or good morning. Good morning. Yeah, it's still morning. Can you believe that? Okay, so while they are showing, our time has started. Okay, fantastic. Great. So we have a group of about 8 organizations that represent different aspects of education from cradle to graduation, is how we like to frame it. And so these are draft recommendations to advance what we are articulating as quality, inclusive, and sustainable education for all. To foreground this, we are aligning our recommendations to the C20 Education and Culture Working Group of 2024. And our submission really affirms the right to education as articulated in international human rights instruments, such as the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, the Covenant on the Rights of the Child, and the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. So, in addition, we qualify quality education based on framing that we're borrowing. I'm sorry. Okay. Thank you. So, in addition, we qualify access to quality education based on framing that we're borrowing from national human rights organizations that really require the removal of barriers, right? Such as physical barriers, like being able to physically access the institution of learning, financial barriers, and other barriers like language, like race, like gender discrimination, and one's health status. But nonetheless, as civil society organizations that are rooted in the global south, we highlight the urgency of transforming educational systems that reproduce exclusion, inequality, and disconnection from our own local realities. We see education as a public good and as a fundamental right. And we're calling on education that is culturally responsive, that is gender transformative, and that is ecologically sustainable, right? And is embedded. That lens of ecological sustainability should be embedded into education systems. And so we are really, really centering our lived experiences, because we see ourselves as those who are the most marginalized, and we are putting ahead of us girls, children with disabilities, learners who are displaced, and also rural communities. Our priorities are threefold. So we have come up with 3 priorities. These are very tentative. We do need more time to really flesh out more than this. But currently, the 3 priorities that we've come up with are: 1, integrated governance for social justice; 2, substantial public financing, because we know there is current financing, but it isn't substantial, for early childhood care and education. And then the final one is really an investment in teacher education and professional development. So I'm going to go through each of them. So in terms of the first one, right, integrated governance and social justice, we really want governments to establish cross-sectoral governance frameworks that connect education with health, with nutrition, with social protection, with child welfare. And we think that these links are essential, especially in contexts that are facing climate shocks, where people are having to deal with forced migration, and where there is generational poverty. So we don't want for institutions of learning to be seen as vectors that have to carry the burden of inequality alone. And so, on a practical level, what these policy shifts could look like is like going beyond just institutionalizing interministerial coordination, because we know that in some governments these things exist, right? But to really, again, foreground everything with our lived experiences by embedding education in the broader social safety net, and including caregivers and community voices in government structures. And then the second thing is really around the substantial. This is my final slide. And so the second thing is around substantial public financing of early childhood care and education. So we're seeing early learning as foundational. And we think it's problematic that it's severely underfunded in many global South countries, including South Africa. And if we look at South Africa as an example, the types of public subsidies that are available are really inadequate. I mean, in South Africa, it's only 24 Rand a day for ECD subsidy. And so we're calling on much more substantial, equitable financing of ECCE through progressive taxation and open budget practices. And so in practice, in terms of policy shifts, this could look like allocating at least 1% of the GDP to ECCE, prioritizing spending through participatory budgeting and child-centered fiscal planning, strengthening nonprofit and community-based providers, some of whom are in the room, with sustainable funding. And then in our final priority, which is around uh, strengthening teachers' training and professional development, we see educators as a backbone of the education system and as key to transforming the education system as a whole. However, teachers are really faced with contextual challenges such as overcrowded schools, low pay, outdated training, and just poor support all around. And so we're advocating for support in terms of professional development that is locally relevant, that is continuous in terms of its approach. And this is particularly important for educators that are in rural and low income areas. And so on a practical level, this could look like mandating and funding regular continuous professional development, which is CPD, which is grounded in inclusivity, including things like digitization and also climate resilient pedagogies for places that have to deal with climate shocks. We also want to make sure that there is some consideration around fair compensation, job security, and mental health support, and then position teachers as knowledge co-creators, right? So not just the ones who are delivering education, but are really co-creating it together with the whole education system, including parents, whose role we think could be much more meaningful in order to get to a place where there is a complete reform of the curriculum. And so finally, our position really in conclusion is that the G20 really needs to show leadership in realizing education's full potential to address inequality, to build peace, and to drive sustainable development. And for us, this requires bold financial commitments, structural reforms, and a shift towards systems that center care, that center justice, and that center our own community voices. So, in terms of as a working group, how we are going to move forward, we're going to just work a bit more on these priorities. We want to probably get to not more than 5 of them by really going back to really see the connection between what we are doing and how it develops what was done by the C20 working group for Brazil. And also look at other things like including comparing our priorities with what other civil society movements and formations are saying in the continent and in other global south countries. We want to do this by meeting on a regular basis. So we are looking at meeting every fortnight virtually. And we'd also like to meet in person, ideally on the sidelines of the meetings of the G20 Working Group on Education. We know that they're going to be meeting two more times in July, in October, and then, of course, finally in November. So we would like to get some support for the in-person meetings. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Give the round of applause to the group again. Thank you so much. You may come, ma'am. Ask Ichimini. Your 10 minutes starts now. Ungakaqali nokufika. Your 10 minutes is already starting.
Okay. I just want to make sure. Okay, I'm from the Women and Gender Equity Working Group. If you can enlarge it a bit, nakiboni kimutwadi wadi breli, if possible. Just a little bit more. Hanyan fed. We're speaking about inclusion, right? So I do have a slight disability. Greetings, everyone. My name is Kitumeti Fatimata Motlwati. I have the honor of presenting on behalf of the Women and Gender Equity Working Group under C20. Please allow me to stand on all existing protocols given the time constraints. I do want to start off by acknowledging that we don't walk alone, that this particular working group is led by South Sonke Gender Justice, who unfortunately was unable to join us today, but have been very instrumental in at least some of the recommendations we've been able to carve and present. We are also working alongside, of course, Black Women Caucus as the co-facilitator within South Africa, South African context, and at a global level, we're looking at our partner organization, which is called Girls and Not Brides. Bagaetsho, I do want to start off by signaling why 2025 is such an important and critical year for us. Firstly, whoopee to us. We are the first African country to be chairing the G20 presidency. In addition to that, more home ground, we celebrate 70 years of the Freedom Charter, which is a celebration. And I thought it was quite interesting that our previous group spoke extensively about the Constitution, because as we reflect on 70 years of the Freedom Charter, we also need to we have to juxtapose it to our current realities. We also want to acknowledge that at the start of the year, something very historical happened at the African Union, where for the first time, our member states were able to officially adapt the AU Convention on the Elimination of Violence Against Women and Girls, the first of its kind, by the way. In the same breath, we also celebrate the 25th anniversary of the UN Security Council on Women, Women, Peace and Security. Very important in the context of raging wars globally. In addition to that, we also celebrate the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Platform Declaration. Yeah, I know, Laditsivane. Very important global document that has shaped the women's movement globally. So it's very important that we acknowledge that everything we are speaking about is based off a historical process. Bagaetsho, I just want to start by saying that what we are proposing is not just ideas that we had pulled from the sky, but we are borrowing and looking at the lived realities of thousands of women, children, and other marginalized groups across not only in South Africa, the global south, and globally. We also recognize that this is not just a moment for South Africa, it's a moment for Africa, the global south, and the world. We recognize that the G20 countries represent 85% of the global GDP and also 2/3 of the global population. So we are sitting on a pivotal opportunity to influence social and economical policies. In addition to that, we also want to change the face of multilateralism. We understand that what is happening in the world under the gaze of multilateralism is far from peace, it's far from dignified, and it's far from social justice. And we believe that as South Africa in our tenure, that we must be intentional about shifting the needle on the discourse on global and multilateralism and our institutions, how they operate. In addition to that, we do believe, so there are about 6 recommendations that our committee has come. Can you help me go down, 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 down? Whoops. Yeah, it's Waremo. The first one, I'm going to jump right into the recommendations. The first one is around institutionalizing gender responsive budgeting and also focusing not only within the context of South Africa, but also all G20 countries in terms of their fiscal policies, looking at universal social protection, the care economy, and zooming in on child care. And this is very important as we look at the post-COVID era and how we saw that the impacts of many pandemics, such as the COVID-19, often become very neutral and blind to gender, when the impacts of many of these social phenomena and destructions affect largely women and girls disproportionately. In addition to that, we're looking at the promotion of economic empowerment and financial inclusion through access to land. And I'm so glad that that was a big emphasis throughout our working groups. Credit, markets, and fair labor practices. If I'm not mistaken, I think I saw this yesterday, but some of the things we should be pushing for is the IOL Convention 190 that speaks on the protection, particularly of women and marginalized groups within the workspace. We should also be very intentional about the support of diverse groups within the employment within employment, and also inclusive procurement policies. And I believe South Africa is doing quite well. We know we've got our 40% procurement public spend, which is dedicated to women, youth, and persons with disability. But a whole lot more needs to be done. In addition, we need the infrastructure. But as was said in our previous working group, you can't speak infrastructure if you have no land. So we need to always go back to the issue of land. Of course, it's the issue number 3, our priorities on preventing GBV, supporting bodily autonomy, funding the fight. We can't speak about addressing GBV if we don't put our money where our mouths are in terms of supporting the very civil society that is the direct contact, the first responders to GBV within our community. So we really need to put our monies where our mouths are. But important, what we should also be calling for is a ratification of a number of global instruments and frameworks that have been agreed to on principle at a global level, but we see the ratification in terms of its domestication still remains relatively slow. We are also calling for the strengthening of policy and legislative frameworks. The law needs to work for us, as well as addressing hate crimes. And we know this is a massive driver of violence, particularly in our marginalized groups, the LGBTQIA, and even those living with disabilities. Ke kopa le nthuseng kwa ko morago from number 4 ya ko dimo, but number 4, if I do recall, speaks to digital inclusion, data sovereignty, and affordability. Another thing that was mentioned by the previous working group, we need to see innovation as a catalyst for driving sustainable solutions. This idea that Retsabago fund science and innovation, or we see it as wasteful expenditure, is the reason why we still have this continuous stumbling block around the affordability of so many interventions that we have. I've got less than a minute. Kopoyeko number 5, advanced gender responsive climate action, equitable financing. Another thing that came out is beneficiation, especially when it comes to our mineral resources. Number 6, gender equality in terms of how we measure our data. It can't just be yes and no. We need to be able to look at the gender, disability, location, age, as well as guaranteed disability inclusion, in line with the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability. Fund, this is my favorite one. I'm very unapologetic about this, and I believe it's a call that we should be advancing unapologetically within the Global South, is the funding and supporting of grassroots feminist movements in monitoring and delivery. And number 9 is to elevate African women's leadership, production, ownership, as well as the big R word. We must be able to use our presidency to also address some of the historical injustices that unfortunately we are still living through till today. Bagaetsu, I think what we are presenting as a working group is a call to action to all the other working groups, and the G20 more broadly, to say that the issues of women are not necessarily a nice to have. They should be at the basis, at the core of our ask and the things that we are pushing and advocating for. Anything transformative that does not include half of your population, unfortunately, is a fallacy. I would like to leave it at that, and thank you so much.
Wow. Can you give the round of applause? I hear your hands, but I can't hear them. Indeed, empowering women is not just a matter of justice, it's a matter of progress. When a woman strive, communities flourish, and society prosper. Equality for women is a progress for all, isn't it? Thank you so much. Can we have another group, please? Thank you so much. Wathinti Mbogodo. Wathinti Mbogodo. Uzokufa. Where's the other group? Okay. Thank you so much. Your 10 minutes start as you come. Which group is this? Okay, is your okay. just announce it so that they flight it. All right. Over to you.
Please, got it. Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'd first like to say thank you for being here. You all give a lot of hope to so many of us in the States. Being a son of the soil, I've returned home, and to stand before you is a blessing. I'll start with a quote. Malcolm X said it best, that the black man will never be respected until Africa is respected. Let's uplift Africa. In doing so, uplift ourselves. But we know Mama Africa is first. So let me address this. Yesterday, sitting in the meeting, I was open to hear the conversation about sustainability, equity, and that word equity is very powerful. It's not the same as balance. Behind me is a report that I generalized and created while I was sitting there, but I want to read to you another aspect as we follow. It'll be very quick. Where does Africa fit into the G7, the G20, and the C2G? This session is good for advocacy reporting. It's a collection system that gets information to provide what's needed to create solutionism. The reality is Africa doesn't fit in, it's being fit in. The agendas of G7, a club of Western rich powers, the G20, which includes some global South nations, and now initiatives like C2G, Carnegie Climate Governance, occasionally mention Africa, but rarely on the African terms and almost never in the language of justice, reparations, or restorative development. It's usually framed in terms of support, development aid, investment, or climate vulnerability. But what's missing is sovereignty, accountability, and the right to define the future without neo-colonial frameworks. My point comes from a spiritual, political, and historical point. No compromise, no surrender. Amanullah. Those are the words that I heard sitting at the back of the room yesterday. That is a spirit of resistance, not begging, and rightly demands that the 54 nations of Africa and the wider African world, African Americans, Caribbeans, indigenous peoples globally, be recognized not just as recipients of aid, but as civilizations and cultures whose wealth was stolen and whose people were commodified to build the very economies that now sit at the G7 and G20 tables. The current inclusion talk is important around gender, health, and equity. Equality often feels performative or PR friendly, but what does gender equality mean when black women in the Congo are still violated for access to coltan, for smartphones? What does health equity mean when Haiti still hasn't recovered from cholera introduced by foreign forces? It's funny, but it's not. It isn't funny, it's tragic. The hypocrisy of global leadership bodies acting as if they are just now discovering inequality while sitting on the centuries of extracted blood, minerals, and labor is either dark comedy or intentional gaslighting. What needs to happen? The United States of Africa, the AU, must assert independent Pan-African economic strategies. Like not continue the fragmented debt strangled formulas of colonies. Reparative economics must be central. Direct compensation, wealth transfers, debt cancellation, not relief, and full return of stolen cultural heritage and mineral sovereignty. True representation is very important for all of us here. Africa and the African diaspora need voting power and agenda-setting power in international forums, not as guests, but as equal co-architects. Global South Coalition, Africa, must ally with indigenous Caribbean, Latin American, and Pacific Island nations to form a counterweight to the G7, which sits at the same table just as you have two tables here, and address the issues from an equitable point of view, not a balance or a seat at the table. Real power comes from the spirit of unity. The word Amanla, a word born from resistance to apartheid, but also in the Americas to slavery and the transatlantic slave trade, Jim Crow, the Three-Fifths Compromise, and so on to today. The G7, G20 speak in terms of GDP, debt ratios, and net zero emissions by 2050. But the soul of justice speaks of terms that relate to stolen children, decimated land, languages silenced, mothers buried, gold teeth melted, diamonds bled for. Until those are acknowledged, not as sad history or for a sad conversation at the table, but as unpaid invoices. Then no gender-based equity, no health equity, no economic opportunity and health equity has moral standing. My final thought, the G's must answer this one question. You can't talk about global cooperation on climate, gender, and equity with the same mouths that once called us property. It is a lie. It is time for Africa and the African world to stop asking for a seat at the table and instead build a new table that inclusively brings everyone to the conversation of the point of origin. In closing, I would like to say this. In this 4 minutes, as I sit here, I represent multiple types of people, autistic and people with ADHD, people with health issues, people who have overcome adversity and challenges just as all of you. I don't represent skin color. That's pigment. We all must find another language, as I, as an autistic person, has learned how to fit into your environment. But in my environment, it often goes unheard. So I would ask, as a people who understand what it's like to be in environments that often you get seen but never heard, let us start the real dialogue of what it actually means to be a unified Africa and indigenous peoples around the earth, not looking for return on blood, but a true conversation about healing. But we can never heal if we don't take a look at what made the sickness come. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we please give again the round of applause? Thank you so much for. Indeed, Africa cannot be fixed or cannot be fitted in a box. It expands itself. We are expanded. World is Africa. I wish people can know that we are not defined by the continent. We have moved. Before slavery, we were there as Africans. Another group, please. Are you ready for presentation? Thank you so much. Huh? Are you coming? Okay. Okay. Please use this. Your time starts now. You can use this.
Oh, okay. Sorry, technology. Dumelang, sanbonan. Ninjani. Dumelang. Lekai. Dima, let me look at the time. Dima Chironi. Abuti. Good morning and goeiemorgen if there is. My name is Tato Mutuping. I represent the C20 Tourism Working Group. I'm from an organization called the South African Township and Village Tourism Organization. Today we are just going to make a presentation on, how do you do it? Sorry guys. Azikho lezi zinto soyethu bafethu. So practice ala. Practice ngani. Practice ngani. All right, I think I'm glad that I had a very interesting team. And this team was basically focusing on already trying to package something for the G20 leadership. So to the shepherds here, we already have something to start working on, and we are going to build as a sector. We're going to assist in making sure that we galvanize the tourism sector. By the time we get to the G20, we've got enough content to submit to the leadership. So as a start, colleagues, as we all know, this is the first one, and we would like to congratulate South Africa for hosting the first G20 in the whole of Africa. And maybe a round of applause for us.
And we all know that this actually gives us a very nice opportunity to drive inclusive economic transformation, particularly through the lens of tourism and development. We've got a unique position as South Africa. More especially, we've got cultural diversity. We've got now able to influence global policy and make sure that it is more inclusive, accessible, and integrated with people of marginalized communities. However, tourism, colleagues, remains one of the most, I would say, low-hanging fruits in the country, as it's a sector that can drive job creation, investment, and cultural diplomacy. And as you can see, the G20 can play a very important role in shaping the future of tourism by adopting policies that reflect the needs of diverse communities, the marginalized, geographics, persons with disabilities, the LGBTQIA communities, and changing traveler demographics. People are changing now, COVID and all of those things. So tourism plays a huge pivotal role in making sure that there's inclusivity in these spaces. Now, when I was listening, we had people that were speaking on some of the impediments that they have. We've got people in the room that are utilizing the wheelchairs, and I think my past speakers, the two past speakers, one of them had an issue with HDAA or something, and the other one couldn't see properly. So it's very important for us colleagues to make sure that we adopt the universal standards for accessible tourism across G20 member states to accommodate travelers with both visible and invincible disabilities. For the tourism space, for instance, colleagues, we have to make sure that people that are not, that have invincible disabilities are somewhat recognized. When you are coming here, colleagues, and we've got elderly people that are not able to see the screen properly, how do we make sure that these people are put to the front so that, and also do not feel discriminated in the space? How do we make sure of such things? So these are some of the things that we are looking at, the invincible disabilities, including the visible disabilities. Inclusive travel, is something that we want to make sure that the G20 benchmarks for infrastructure information, access to mobility support, hospitality training, and not only serve millions of travelers, but also unlock significant and underserved tourism market. We think that what we therefore need to do is look at issues like free barrier destinations, ramp, elevators, accessible restrooms. You see, like this thing here. For the next time, the guys that are doing the stage setup, please make sure that that role is put on the site so that people that are utilizing wheelchairs can easily move. We need to make sure that we've got trained staff in the hotels. We've got enough rooms for people with disabilities. I'm not sure what the capital has, but some rooms you find that they can only accommodate to up to 3 people. And if ever we have now maybe 10 people that are disabled and that need special needs, it becomes a challenge. It means we cannot longer accommodate them. There's a new thing that we'll be piloting, and we have taken a decision, and as from a Satovito perspective, to say we are going to be supporting this new proposal that we received from our colleagues, which is the Ubuntu Lanyard initiatives. Colleagues, if ever maybe you have a challenge, a disability or something in the future, you should be able to have a lanyard that is special for you, so that when you come in, you've registered, we now know what challenge that you have, we are able to make sure that as South Africa, we are able to accommodate you. So these are some things that we are going to be looking at doing. I'm now looking at the time, colleagues, but inclusivity through tourism awareness and education. We want to make sure that we are recommending that the G20 leadership promotes inclusive tourism education, awareness campaigns, cultural exchange programs, especially through the mediums such as arts, films, storytelling, and all. We are directing this to the G20 community. We are saying, let us work together as the G20 and let us do cultural diversity. Ningafiki kuphela, nathi sikwazi ukuthi sifike emazweni awenu. So that we are able to understand each other and understand the different cultures and accommodate each other. It makes it easy for us to transact as people. Tourism and safety and Africa perception management. We're proposing that the G20 launch a G20 backed global campaign focused on tourism safety and changing outdated perceptions of Africa and other underrepresented regions. This thing of Africa is not safe. This thing of Africa is a poverty land, poverty-stricken thing. That thing needs to change. We are rich, we are beautiful, we are strong, we are smart, and we actually possess a beautiful future. In fact, we are sustaining the whole world. Without Africa, the world cannot exist. Tourism investment facilitation. Colleagues, we want to make sure that in this space, we are able to facilitate tourism investment opportunities. I will make a very typical example. A lot of people cannot invest in our previously marginalized communities, the villages. But here's a case study. Sun City is in a village. They didn't need government support. They didn't need anything. They just needed the tribal community and the leaders there to partner with business, and they established Sun City. Sun City now produces and employs a lot of people. So we urge the communities in the villages to package themselves, to prepare themselves to discuss proper business. You don't need permissions as needing to empower your people. Let's look at how best we can do this. G20 visa-friendly policies. Colleagues, when you come to South Africa, it's very easy, whether you are coming from the Northern Hemisphere or so forth. But us moving to other countries, it's very difficult. You have to have visas that are very expensive and so forth, so forth. So we are calling for the G20 nations to ease the visa space so that we standardize a framework, so that if ever I want to go to Germany, it must be easy. If ever I want to go to Vienna, it must be easy. The same way it is easy for them to come to us. For them, it's free. Let it be free for us. Then, colleagues, a very important one. This is the promotion of local tourism products and services. We urge everybody to promote, including new colleagues, people that will be hosting, people that will be facilitating, people that have decision making, to also make sure that we include the townships and the villages in the value chain space of this G20, C20s, and so forth. We will be driving most of our sessions to be hosted in the townships and villages. I'm going to mobilize that as at Tovito. We have what we call the Intra-Trade Conference that takes place in November. I will be mobilizing through our network that we also host the C20 as one of the last events before the presentation there. So that one will be hosted obviously in a village or in a township. And colleagues, we urge you to make sure that you also promote the hosting of townships and villages. You promote the support of township and villages for the local people to make sure that we drive inclusivity and economic inclusivity, more especially during this G20. So colleagues, in conclusion, as the only African member of the G20, we call for bold, centered people policies that harness the full transformative power of tourism. Adopting the above-mentioned recommendations, G20 leaders can ensure that the summit not only addresses macro challenges, but also delivers real change for communities on the ground, turning tourism into a tool of justice, solidarity, equality, and shared prosperity. I would like to give a special thanks to Rachel Malope, Nkanyizo Khatebe, Cindy Ngubane, our ghost Nokutula Kekana, Alex Badlope, and Lutando Kekana. Maibuye. Africa.
Thank you so much. Another round of applause, please. You have been called by the elder Ubab Matol. Here. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We are only left with two groups. Is the other group ready? Indeed, Africa's natural wealth nourishes the planet, but its people deserve as well the same wealth. Thank you so much. Can you please come forward? Which group is this? Pardon? Energy, please come. Yes. Okay. I don't see anyone. It's already up and.
All right, good morning, everybody.
Warm regards from the mountains, from my motherland, Kenya, and I believe South Africa is my second home. It is indeed a distinct privilege to speak and stand up for my people, ensure that the agenda of the melanated people across the world, starting with our country, our continent, my new home, South Africa, is not only addressed, but actioned intentionally. So allow me to walk you through what we have discussed as a working group. And if you don't mind, I'll still half a second. I can see my time. If you're a member of the royalties of Energy Just Transition, please stand. Apparently, my group was full of royals, so I think we can see them. Thank you very much. My co-facilitator is here, Dr. Jackie at the back, please. So this work we put in together. So I'll just give 1 minute highlight on where we've started. So when we look at the setup currently, that is where we fall in terms of your themes. So we fall under sustainability, the just transitions and innovation cluster. This is our journey as Energy Just Transition. It's been a 16-year journey. 14 years ago is when we were set up. And it's only in 2024 that South Africa then formulated what we are currently calling the Energy Just Transition Environment and Climate Sustainability Work Group. And this is where our work group falls under. All right, so a quick look at why it matters. This is what is happening, and we are going to look at a case study of South Africa where we are actually hosting this. Most importantly, the high climate gap, that is important, and the impact as you look at it, you realize that 60% of the disasters are happening on our continent. And how much are we losing? $13.7 billion. I think, my brothers and sisters, we could be using that money for something better, don't we think? All right. So let's get into the feedback. So this is what we're going to. Well, this is what our group covered, and our focus was the grassroots voices for just transition. This is the voice of our people. This is the voice of those who have long not been able to speak up for themselves. So I will go straight into it, and this is how this looks. What is a vital role, truly, of the indigenous knowledge systems? Where I come from, there are people who could stop the rain, and they still do. There are those who could forewarn. So I am an Afrotheist. I believe in the God of my ancestors, and I work with my forefathers and foremothers every day. And this still happens where I come from. So what happened to this knowledge? My group told me that that still happens here in South Africa. We still have these people, don't we? So why aren't we engaging them in this climate conversation? And we demand genuine community participation in policy formulation and resource management. This is a critical feedback that is going to drive the agenda we're going to set up and proposition to the shoppers in the room. We are coming for you. I hope you're ready for us. Unfortunately, the highlights have been positioned in a way that we sanitize the voices. So what does this report do? It will amplify the voices and clarify the rationale, and most importantly, aligning community insights with the on-ground realities as we put together the high-level policies. A quick look at what's happening in South Africa. I will not go through this slide, but this is what I will say. Apart from being heavily reliant on coal, we still face climate vulnerability, and most importantly, disproportionately affecting vulnerable communities. And what are we doing about it? Even as we drive towards low carbon economies, how do we address historical inequalities that are beneficial to all? All right. I spoke to the role of the traditional indigenous knowledge systems. This is not only a personal conviction, but also the conviction of our group. The other highlight was economic justice. What are we doing about this? Even as communities continue to suffer from unregulated mining, ecosystem pollution, and biodiversity loss. Really, we must shine a light on this. So as we look at shining a light on this, there is need for significant governance and policy challenges to be addressed. There have been failures, lack of political goodwill. Are we going to speak truth to power? Are we willing to hold power to be accountable for the commitments that they make? What concerns are there in terms of the cut and paste approach? Yes, we are all the same, but I think we all know Africa is the beginning of all humanity. So we're going to, let's go down, let's scroll down again. I want to go to the very last recommendations, which are critical. So one, embed indigenous knowledge. We need to have community-centered governance and inclusive renewable energy deployment. Allow me to speak for a moment on this. There is a big challenge when we have large-scale white farmers running the renewable agenda, not only in Kenya, I'm even speaking about Kenya, so not only in South Africa, but around the continent. We must stand up and put an end to this. This is my true conviction, my fellow brothers and sisters. We don't need the world needs Africa. The next space, I want to go into the targeted climate finance. We need to be intentional and redirect the funds directly to benefit the communities, to be grassroots driven and ensuring equitable access. Protection from displacement, especially by natural disasters. This happens around the world, especially in our continent. I know it's happened here in South Africa. It keeps happening in my motherland, Kenya, and across our beloved continent. We need to ensure fair compensation and relocation support, ensuring that repatriation is not just a conversation, but it is done as it should be done. We need to reform our knowledge systems, decolonize how we think. If you want to change how a community lives and what they can access, you colonize their minds. My fellow brothers and sisters, this is a urgent call to you. Let's go back and face the rivers. Those of us, like my people, pray facing the mountain. I know other communities believe in the waters and the rivers. What are we doing about ensuring that we decolonize our minds, our knowledge system, and education strategies that empower communities? I am Wanjiko Wairia, a daughter of the mountain, a new daughter of the soil of South Africa, and most importantly, I am privileged to serve as the first amongst equal as a board chairperson of Oxfam Kenya, and the great leadership has honored me with the honor and the privilege to be the facilitator of the Energy Just Transition C20 working group. And I am looking forward to working with every one of you, and most importantly, for your input. And to my fellow royals who made this presentation possible, my sincere and heartfelt gratitude. Thank you so much. Another round of applause, please. I think all of us, we can claim Africa. If I would say my sister, I'm waiting until he listens on what I'm going to say. If I could say to you, on the eastern side or eastern hill of Mount Kenya, there lay, or there you found the Embo people. They named themselves the Mbere. They use R instead of L. In South Africa, we call them amabele. And there they call them the mbere. Their lies, they still stay there. The people of Embo. Thank you so much. So we claim our footprint, our ancestors. It's all up to us to find this history, where we come from. We are not set by the books, whoever wrote this history that we do not know. We need to track back and learn what our ancestors were doing and who are we. Africa knows no boundary. We never had boundaries, but the Berlin Conference 1884 decided on how Africa will look today. The last group, please. Was there a group that is democratic governance? Thank you so much. Can you please come? Is that the last group, isn't it? Can you, no? Is there another group? Or this one is the last one? Thank you so much. Pardon? Okay, over to you. Thank you, sister.
Thank you very much. I express my appreciation because we were a group that lacked a guide or a leader. And I want to thank those that joined us, that worked together, that saw the need to push for this important working group. So my name is Colette Litujani, and I'm with the Human Rights Institute of South Africa. By the way, I'm supposed to do this. The green one, okay. Okay, so the presentation has got this table of content, which is the introduction, background. It provides priorities, deliverables, and then also priorities, which is democratic governance, priority 2, civic space, anti-corruption, and the fourth one is access to justice, and we have recommendations. I don't think I'll be able to mention them all because there's quite a lot. But what is important in terms of these topic of ours is that we realize that the democratic institutions and governance are currently under serious attack. We realize that our country as well is one of those that has shown many deficits in terms of ensuring that democracy, the rule of law, access to justice, and corruption does not become part and parcel of our institution. And we are also subscribing to the fact that this democracy, it thrives where there's people's power, where people's voices is recognized through participation and in transparency and in promoting civic activities at community level. I'm gonna go down quickly because the member states in the G20, they've also recognized, they subscribed actually to the global agenda 2030. We have goal 16, which promote peace, justice, and access to justice and development. In terms of these goal 16, member states, they have South Africa as a state party that has ratified many of international treaty. We are recommending the government to champion independent institutions, independent judiciary, and civic space that thrives without any fear of reprisals. And also, we are also, we have seen how communities, women especially living in rural areas, those in shacks or shack dwellers or informal settlements, those that have been waiting for housing, for example, and service delivery, that they have been affected for over 30 years, waiting for services, that the issue of corruption has affected even services to reach such communities. We are encouraging our government to speak boldly as a champion in this. And we also seen how LGBTQI communities, persons with disabilities as well, albinism, perpetually remaining as victims and excluded in democracy of South Africa. So in terms of priority 1, democratic governance, we are recommending that this democratic governance, it depends on robust institutions that uphold checks and balances, preventing any one branch of government from becoming too powerful. South Africa's G20 presidency is encouraged to champion and support independent oversight bodies and other accountability institutions so that they can fulfill their mandates without fear of interference. By strengthening these institutions, the G20 can help consolidate sustainable democracy, democratic governance grounded in the rule of law. I've already mentioned the threats that we are seeing on democracy. I'll move. And then thematic priorities, we are recommending for strengthening oversight and accountability institutions, promoting cooperation and capacity building for resilience governance, and ensuring professionalism and integrity on in-state institutions. We, on pillar priority 2, the civic space, we've seen how participation in democracy, for example, protects freedom of association and assembly that has been stifled, and human rights defenders and civic activists being denied to exercise this right. We are recommending the presidency to encourage that promotion of implementation of the UN Declaration of Human Rights Defenders is encouraged because member state from the G20 subscribes to that. And we are also encouraging that the AU mechanisms as well that promotes a freedom of association, especially civil society actors, to operate in environments that conducive, especially protecting women, human rights defenders as well, and peace builders. Thematic priorities to enable legal and institutional frameworks for civic participation, protect civil society actors and human rights defenders. We do not have a law currently that protects us. And then inclusion of diverse groups in peace building and governance processes. Pillar 3, anti-corruption. We know that we have been very privileged to have a government that set up many institutions that addresses corruption. However, we have not seen progress in terms of arrest, in terms of prosecution, and in terms of receiving, claiming back those resources from the perpetrators. We are encouraging the government, for example, in the G20, to support the adoption of proposed United Nations Convention on International Tax Cooperation, which aims to combat illicit financial flows and promote equitable taxation system. And then the other one, the thematic priorities is the full implementation of international anti-corruption conventions, strengthen political will and legal enforcement, and enhance transparency and protecting fundamental freedoms. And then access to justice, we need to have independent judiciary. We have judges that are continuously challenged and interfered with, that decisions are not implemented. We would like to see implementation of those decisions. And then the thematic priorities, this is equal access to justice. Everyone must receive legal aid, particularly those that live far away in rural areas. And we would like to see independent and effective judicial institutions and non-discriminatory laws and international cooperation for peace. Recommendations, we recommend that the government should implement national and local policies that strengthen democracy and inclusive participation, especially at the grassroots level. We encourage women, youth, children, and indigenous communities and marginalized groups and traditional and interfaith to have a seat at the table of economic development forums. And then also enact laws that I push it before time. Let me go back. And act laws to protect civic space and vulnerable groups. And then also strengthen justice sector cooperation by capacity building, and then promote cooperation of arrest and prosecution and enforcement of judicial decisions. I think I'll end it here. Yes, I think I'll end it here because I was quite rushing. And thank you very much. We took an opportunity to play it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, but I can't hear your hands. Another round of applause, please. Thank you so much. I'm not sure whether we still have another group that is coming, but I think we've done. But I won't be doing justice if I would not allow the people that live with disability to come and express something here today. And the LGBTQ plus community as well to come and say something. You know, sometimes I wonder, Kulobe, I just wonder that as we grow, we lose hearing, majority of us. We may be hearing on one ear and so forth. I wonder if we would wake up one day or at school and we say it's a day of being quiet and all of us will sign. How will it be? How is it going to be in parliament without any translation and we just sign? Can you see what I'm saying? And they stand there in front and they're just signing and there is no interpreter. Take these things out. It's a day of silence. If we're intentional, can that happen? Would you hear, would you understand what they are saying? Hayi, ngiyabuza, would we understand what they are saying? Just being quiet, without interpretation, we only sign. Nothing, no voice, no nothing. The whole day. You go to the shop and you don't speak, no voice, you just sign. How many of us can sign here? Even basic signing. How many of us? How many of us can sign? Even just basic signing. How many? You can. Only one. Okay. Only one. You can't even say, how are you? You can't just say, how are you? Can we? We are advocating for the disability sector. We are advocating. Angithi sisho kanjalo. Do you know when they say kulungile, it's okay what they do? Do you know how they do it? It's okay. It's some agreement. I'm agreeing with you. No, they say. That's, you do that. When they say thank you, you know how they do it? How? Huh? No, 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 I don't want, do you know how they say thank you? Chair, how they say thank you? They say thank you. That's beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, in Tatamatol. There's the mic, Kulubi.
I say all of us as a nation, we are disabled. And those who are not disabled, we call them disabled.
Okay.
Because the language that they use, the sign language, is the original language. And then you find it in the hieroglyphics of ancient Ethiopia and ancient Egypt, the East, the Japanese, the Chinese, they all use signs, not the alphabet that comes from Rome. So let's not think that this language is actually a compromise and so on. That is our original language. We must all be able to learn that language if we are serious about ourselves.
Thank you so much. We do this, we are not clapping. So let's not clap. Yes. Thank you so much. Over to you, Mkulu. Just give us something to say from the LGBTQI plus, please. Are you sharp? You sharp?
Let me first thank you, Program Director, for giving us this opportunity to stand and share comment on the proceedings of today. Whilst we have already been part of the process within the different work streams. So I think for me, maybe let me first introduce myself as Lubabalo Mbeki. I'm coming from the National Council of and for Persons with Disabilities, and I'm also a representative and a steering committee member of the Disability 20 initiative. Ideally, our chairperson, Mam Alex Msichana, would be coming here, but she has given me her blessings to be sharing our comments. So I'm sharing that as a show of respect to the protocol that has been observed. In terms of commenting, I will try and comment and share my comment in a way that is overarching in all the 14 work streams so that I don't speak to each and every work streams. So there are few observations that we have had as a sector. One is our participation in the work streams, which is highly improving the commitment of the C20 leadership in our participation in the work streams. There are also issues of submission to ensure inclusion of persons with disabilities in the various topics. So some of the issues that we do have, they interrelate. Let me give an example. If you speak on poverty alleviation and food sustainability, it does have a relationship with employment. It does have a relationship with entrepreneurship. It does also have a relationship with hunger and poverty. So we did have our inputs in the work streams, and I want to specifically commend while we were listening to the presentations, we want to specifically commend the tourism work streams, their boldness on issues of inclusiveness. We really want to, and also I think that there's also another work streams. Is it SDI or but they really have showed their boldness and their attentiveness to their issues, and in a way tweaked, because some of the issues we are not saying have a standalone or something that would really drive the conversation to be about disability, but our policy recommendations that would be submitted to the leadership should be speaking and be very intentional to turn and curve the narrative and the injustices on persons with disabilities. So we want to commend those and the facilitators who have been able to listen and also adapt and merge the voices of persons with disabilities. This is what we wanted to see. We are also calling to all other work streams also to be mindful of the voices that are coming out on disability. We are here. We will still be here even after hours, after these engagements. If there's things that you felt like you wanted to maybe hear more voices or clarity on the policy and positioning, especially on inclusion of persons with disabilities, we are here to support you. What we don't want at the end is to say we have been here, because there are thousands of persons with disabilities that we are also accounting to. At the end of the day, when they see the C20 policy packs, they are not seeing anything that is speaking and changing and giving solutions to drive the narrative of persons with disabilities whilst it was in the South African presidency. So this is what we want to see. And I want to maybe challenge and give a question I think, to provoke thinking and how also we can drive our engagements and also facilitate our engagements. And that question is, how do we, in the different work streams, align the inclusion of persons with disabilities with employment, entrepreneurship, and employment outcomes? So basically, how do we make sure that all that is being discussed translates to employment, and meaningful employment of persons with disabilities, and also entrepreneurship opportunities as an alternative? Because whether we believe it or not, there are potential entrepreneurs with disabilities. There are also potential farmers. I'm also speaking to you also as a small farmer myself with a person with a disability. So we need to think around that and how that translates as for persons with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And the round of applause, please. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. But it sends us the round of applause. We are all disabled, guys.
Sanmonani, Ninjani. I'm sorry, I'm going to be speaking on behalf of the LGBTI or the queer community. However, my chair is not here. She had to rush somewhere. So please forgive me if I don't cover everything because I only prepared now. So queer inclusivity is a democratic imperative. So it's not a favor when we have to have queer people involved in the development of what happens in Africa. Queer people are African, and Africa has always been queer. It was only unqueer when Jan van Riebeeck came on these shores. We started using him, we started using she, when we never had those things. Investment in queer African history and culture is also important. If Africa continues to erase queerness and feel shy or embarrassed about being queer, it then causes a problem. We then have a history which is distorted, a history which is not true, a history which does not speak to what actually or what Africa really is. And what is the risk by doing that? It will mean that even when we try to find ourselves, or when we try to find ourselves as people, we will still be distorted, meaning that we will not be our true selves, meaning that Africa itself will still find itself 20 years later talking here, trying to be African. When we erase queerness, we will never be African. Sorry, my phone is closing. Protecting queer lives against hate crimes and laws that discriminate is vital. I cannot be an African and queer and fear going to Zimbabwe. It doesn't make sense. I cannot be African and queer and fear going to Uganda, where Inkabayam Ikon. That, for me, doesn't make sense. We cannot call ourselves African and still discriminate against Africans. And queer Africans are Africans. Recognizing that the realities of queers, sorry, Roche is calling me. Let me just. Recognizing that queer Africans play a role in developing Africa is a plus for Africans. Queers have something to give. In fact, we don't even need to be accepted, we don't even need to be loved, we don't even need to be liked by you, but we need to be respected. And our opinions be respected, and how we live our lives and choose to live our lives be respected. Because we don't come to your houses and tell you how to live in your own houses. Amplifying queer voices and culture in civic spaces like this is highly important. These spaces should be the ones where it creates a safe space for queer people to be able to voice out their concerns, but also voice out what they can contribute to this space for this space to move forward. As Africans, we need borderless a borderless Africa. And I know the white man has convinced us that these borders are ours. These borders aren't ours. Previously in Africa, our borders sometimes overlapped, and we were able to live together because we understood the importance that the others might have that we might not have. It's the same with queer lives. Our lives are borderless from heterosexual lives because our lives are interlinked. We are fathers, we are uncles, we are sisters, we are brothers, we are sons, we are daughters. We are daughters that don't conform, we are children that don't conform. But at the end of the day, we are Africans. So our interlinking together and our lives being interlinked plays a vital role for us to stand more stronger as Black Africans and also white Africans and also Indian Africans. But as Africans, we need to understand that our differences, and our diversity needs to be celebrated because it is interlinked together. I hope I'm making sense. So we do need a Pan-African Africa, which respects queer rights, which doesn't see queer people as dead citizens of Africa. We are not dead citizens of Africa. I pay my tax the same way you pay your tax. We need to challenge the West with its, I can't pronounce this English word, but with its that word, leleslu, where they came with the mindset that Africa is, or Africa, or queerness comes from the West. Queerness doesn't come from the West. It comes from here in Africa. If you look at the history of Africa, you have queens who married women. You have kings who took men as their spouses. And we cannot erase that history. But there is a challenge, or it's a challenge I put to the kings and queens of Africa, that you'll need to protect your children. You'll need to be the voice of his tabane zaselalini yakho. You need to be the one as a king who provides land when queer people cry. We cannot in Africa or in Lusigisi still struggle as queer lesbian women to find land to farm. But the same land is given to other heterosexual people. The only reason they are not giving it to you is because you are queer and are shadang. Not all of us want to get married. Some of us just want to contribute to our communities. And that's all that we want to do. We want to coexist and feel safe and feel loved and be seen and be respected. So I hope I have covered what Roche was going to cover. So with those words, I still ask again to the kings and queens, be the protection that we need. Don't be used by the West to be a weapon against your children, because queer people have always existed in Africa. Thank you.
Another round of applause, please. Thank you so much. My question would go to the mothers of Africa. I'm the daughter, to the mothers of Africa. If we say Africa gave birth to humanity, uma sithi Africa iyinzala yempilo nokwenza nezinto esizibonayo ngokomhlaba sisho ukuthini? What are we saying? Mothers, I'm asking about the mother. I'm born from a womb. We are born from the womb. Africa is the womb as well. And they say Africa gave birth to humanity. And how do we protect this humanity? And I said, Africa is the world. We gave birth to every humanity that exists. Every humanity that you see, we gave birth to it. On what has happened, it's something else. But we are mothers. Ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends, I would like to call Ndate Matole so that I close this session before I go to the messages of support. Ndate Matole, please, can you come on stage? Thank you so much. Kulobe. That is where I learned 20 years ago, or more than 20 years ago, to be a leader. He's my mentor. He taught me what I know about Africa, about Kara, about Egyptology. More than, I would say, 20, 30 years. That's where I learned.
Program Director, Ndate Mabalan, I just want to make an overarching comment on what came out of the different groups. And I think that the presenters were outstanding men and women. The values of solidarity, equality, and sustainability are the pillars for building the Africa and South Africa we want. The historical injustices visited upon African people by European imperialism and colonialism are the impediments to to building the Africa and South Africa we want. These historical injustices are the violent dispossession of African people of their land and natural resources, and the destruction of the African monarchy, that is kingships and queenships, and African spirituality or religion of light. The 2021 AU theme is arts, culture, and heritage, the levers for building the Africa we want. Under European imperialism and colonialism, African kings and queens and their people were violently dispossessed of the land and mineral resources. European settlers appropriated in South Africa 93% of the land for themselves and left the African majority with 7%. This 7% was demarcated into native reserves or locations, and the kings and queens were reduced to chiefs and chieftainencies and placed in charge of these reserves that today we call tribal areas. It is important to know that the triple challenge of poverty, unemployment, and inequality is a result of these historical injustices. Now, the central issue, therefore, is that African people were divided into, according to tribes, according to imported religions, and today it is very difficult to advance the Pan-Africanism and the African cultural renaissance. We have been made to understand that we are nothing else other than tribal groups, and therefore tribalism has been entrenched, ethnicity has been entrenched, and these are obstacles or to building the Africa that we want. Let me conclude by saying what Mama Mbele was saying, that Africa is the mother of all reality and existence. And that's why our old people say that we come from the source of the Nile, which is called Kumara or Tamera, which means the land of the Virgin Mother of the Sun. And that's why our original belief system was Karaism, which means African spirituality or religion of light. But to use the ordinary language, more deeper language, the source of the Nile is called Kantu, and therefore all of us are the children of Mtu. Mtu in Zulu or Nguni languages is in Ndebele is Ndu, in Swahili is Mtu, in Sotho, Tswana, Pedi is Wotu. In my language, Kilobedu is Wotu. In Kalanga is Hunu. In Shona is Hunu. So the concept of Ubuntu is an overriding concept coming from Africa as a motherland. And therefore, Ubuntu gives expression to African humanism and the inherent values of ethical and morality. And if we were to follow Ubuntu and those values, we would have no corruption, we would have no gender-based violence, we would have no queerness, we would not have all these negative things. And therefore, I want to appeal that we go to the G20 to say that in Africa, we don't need foreign philosophies. We don't need Pythagoras. We don't need Aristotle. We don't need Plato. We need our mothers who are the embodiment of Ubuntu. We are Batu, Abantu, Abandu. What else do we need from outside the continent? This continent gave birth to all reality, existence, and all the values. Let's return to the roots, and the future will be ours and for our children and grandchildren. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Another round of applause. Thank you so much, Ndata Matole. Thank you so much, Bana Baba Bantu, and to as a divine creator that created us as Bana Bamuntu. It is a very great privilege that I stand before you to close this session. Yeah, the reports. May you please clap hands for yourselves. A round of applause to yourselves. This is your work. We were never close to this working group as a Apex leadership. It is what we are saying. And the Sherpa is here and the chair, they are listening. As they will be going on the 5th and I think 25 tomorrow to represent us somewhere. And they will take these voices. But unfortunately, they are not given 10 minutes, they are given 2 minutes. Only 2 minutes. So they will have to bring all this, and ensure that as they stand in that platform, they are able to articulate exactly what we have said. We've had, you've sent your input, and thank you so much for you to be here. We only have the last one. It's only the last at 1 o'clock. We're all going to go. We are not coming back. And we leave, we are not going to come back. So we'll ensure that we run with the few minutes that are left for us to say, Siyabonga, Guinea. And we'd like to call upon the message of support. We've got people that are aligned with us. We'd like to call Anon Monyaye from the Continental Secretariat. He's the head of the civil society engagement in APRM. They gave me the abbreviation without the full name. Maybe it's a long name, eh? Okay, just the message of support. You've got 2 minutes.
Africa. Maibuye. My name is Lennon Munyai, and I'm extremely honored to stand in front of you. I'm a young man representing the African Peer Review Mechanism. The African Peer Review Mechanism is an organ of the African Union, so I work for you. I stand here representing the CEO, Ambassador Marie Antoinette Rose-Quatre. She could not be here with us because of other equally important engagements, and she saw it fitting that I could come and represent her. First, she assures the C20 that the APRM stands ready to support the work that you're doing, given the fact that we share more or less the same work that we do. South Africa chairs the G20 in a year where the AU theme is focused on justice and equity. The AU theme for this year is justice for Africans and people of African descent through reparations. It's both timely. Therefore, as geopolitical shifts continue to shape international relations, Africa must raise with one voice. That's a voice for historical truth, morality, and unwavering demand for justice. Civil society in South Africa and across the African continent is indeed in support of South Africa's leadership of the G20 and is calling for global reforms in a number of areas. The first area is global tax reform, taxing of the 1% richest people for meaningful reduction of inequality, funding of poverty, of education, reduction of poverty, ending hunger, and finance climate change. In South Africa, we talk of poverty, unemployment, and inequality as the triple challenge. But these issues are not South African. They are African and they are of the global south. Therefore, the C20 should be the voice for African people and people of African descent. Climate change and justice transition is also equally important. These issues, they affect Africans and people of African descent worse than they affect the global north. Therefore, this should be on top of our agenda. We need to make sure that this process provide inclusive governance. Therefore, the C20, the Women 20, the Youth 20, the Township 20, the Think Tank 20, and other engagement platforms should be prioritized. Then there's need to support broader global South agenda, such as institutional reform of the United Security Council. We're seeing the war right now taking place in the Middle East. The United Nations Security Council remains crippled, unable to make moves. And some of the conflicts that the United Nations is supposed to cover are right here on the African continent. And again, the C20 should take these issues into account. Therefore, the C20 should take Africa along. It's a G20 of Africa. It's a G20 of the global south. Ladies and gentlemen, the APRM stands ready to support the C20 in bringing issues of democracy, good governance to these discussions. In this regard, I was having a conversation with my elder brother, Tulani. The APRM works with 44 member states, and its work is deeply entrenched in civil society. Therefore, the voices of civil society on the African continent can be properly utilized and mobilized through the APRM process, and we stand ready to support that process. Therefore, this gathering has been important. I only managed to arrive early this morning, but I listened to all the 14 discussions. There's close consultation and very rich discussions. I wish I was here from day one. I would have loved to participate. Therefore, I say thank you so much to all of you. I wish you well in future work, and I look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Another round of applause, please. Thank you so much. Can I call on stage Pelisa Ngomo from Oxfam, please? Can you come with your message of support? Where's Pelisa Ngomo? Pelisa, where are you? Shepa, where's Pelisa? I'm not sure where is he. Maps will move if Pelisa is not here. From Oxfam. Ageko. From Oxfam, is there someone? Otunyiwe to bring the message of support. From Oxfam? Thina si inclusive, angithi we include abantu asiyenzi ukuthi singabafaka abanye abantu. From Oxfam, no one, Maps, no one is here. Can we move? From Oxfam. Oh, okay, from Oxfam. Where's Persis? Okay, 2 minutes. Okay, sure.
Again, I have come, looks like I'm wearing two hats. I am the board chairperson of Oxfam Kenya and work very closely with Felisa. And thanks to her, we have been able to engage the C20. And on behalf of the Confederation of Oxfam, which currently sits, we have 3 affiliates within the continent. There's Oxfam South Africa, we have Oxfam Kenya and Oxfam Senegal. Oxfam Senegal was not able to make it to C20 this year, but the board chair will be joining us and leading the food security agenda as well. So on behalf of the Confederation, Oxfam International, and the people that work tirelessly behind the scene to support all the work that we have been able to input into the C20. We want to hereby share our commitment, our solidarity, our engagement, whether it's in time, energy, and focus, where the resources we're able to engage. We are saying that C20, we are not only part of C20. C20 is family. And as a family, we sit around the table, and whatever is served from the pot, that is what we appreciate and share. But most importantly, allow me to give an analogy from my community back in Kenya. I am Kikuyu. We say that an old man says father than a young man sitting on top of a tree. And it is this young man that is then sent to go and fight for the community, to go and protect the community. And what they go and find, they bring back and share. At the same point, it is the mother who plants the sweet potato. We have an analogy in my community that says, "Mwediga tugune kwejera." What does that mean? It means he who wants the fat sweet potato must dig. And we as Oxfam are saying, we're here to dig with you. We're here to stand with you, and we're here to speak with you. So on behalf of Oxfam International, Oxfam, the Confederation, the Oxfam affiliates in Kenya, in Africa, the Oxfam country offices in Africa, we are standing with you, and we're going to walk this journey with you. And where you feel we need to fight at the forefront, all you need to do, madam, is to let us know. We're happy to be of service.
Thank you so much. Before we call upon our chair, I think we need to sibe nevuva vomgancane angithi. Angithi. Where's Katlego? Katlego uphi? Uphi ulele? Katlego ukuphi? Woza Katlego mokhona lapha. Amandla! Amandla! Viva the members of Sito. Uyangiphazamisa bamani mabalane manje angisazi ukuthi ngithini mabalane make me to mambo. Ufuna ngidabala now angisazi ukuthi ngithini, my mind has gone. Uyangihlebela something and I want to say something. Ngizwa ngendlebe eyi1 le ivalekile manje angimazi inkinga yakho wenze njani mabalane. Mina ngisavivisa ngisabuyela ku spirit lesiya. So bathi ngicelela inkosi ukuthi icela ukukhuluma for 2 minutes. Ngike ngime so angisakwazi ukuyivivisa ngoba bengifuna ukuviva mina sijabule before sibiza uchair bese siyavala ngithi nkulu yami iprotocol ingenza ukuthi ngehlele phansi ukuthi ngimbize ngithi nina bendlu bonda bezitha, you've got 2 minutes to be with. Ngiyaxolisa isikhathi sibekwa ngendlela esibekwe ngakhona. Sebangibamba ukuthi usuyahamba ngathi siyakubona uyagijima. Bacela ukusho something. So ngithi kulungile. Angibanike isitulo sabo nabo ukuthi bakwazi ukuzokhuluma ngithi. Ngehlele ezansi mina kancane kule 2 minutes. Uzoyizwa. Malipalani uzoyenza wena.
Himpi yawesa kalagunya himpi yawesa kalagunya himpi yawesa kalagunya himpi yawesa Impi yakwesabukhalabwenya impi yakwesabukhalabwenya impi mangime ngibonga uNkulunkulu ngoJesu Kristu igama likaNkulunkulu malibongwe malidunyiswe leli gama ngizongixolela nokhuluma isilungu la singabantu nabo abasikhuluma isilungu sakithi laba asisintu sakithi nabo abasikhulumi wayekumele ngikhulume isilungu no singabantu thina makune translate esilungu izamnceda ke translate yela ngisho ngime phambi kwenu bantwana benkosi ngizwe ngomlando lo nikwazi ukuthi sibuya kuphi singabobani thina umnikazi wobukhosi lo ngase kucedisa nje umnguni wasuke wafikele eDrakensberg entabeni zokhahlamba umnguni lo wazala amadoda akhe ayi4 first born uSwazi second born uNdebele third born uZulu Zulumane fourth born uXhosa that is why basingamanguni ngoba bethu munye wasihleli kanje singamanguni kumele sazane namhlanje so uSwazi ngo1400 uSwazi wayeSwaziland uNdebele weza la eHeidelberg uZulu Zulumane khona la eNatal uXhosa Transkei base ngibaba eyakithi ke ifamily tree uNdebele wazala umafana wazala umusi kwaMhlanga igama likaNkulunkulu alibongwe wafikelela eHeidelberg ngo1400 uNdebele washoda la eHeidelberg akithi abantu bethu kunamakhosi la eGauteng akunamakhosi babuya phi laba laba abanikazi bamakhosi bobukho bendawo ke uNdebele washola eHeidelberg nomafana washonela khona lapho wasala umusi kwaMhlanga umusi kwaMhlanga wazala umusi babizana ngamagama abangabiza ngibona they move all the way to Randfontein Mohlakeng that is why Mohlakeng yethelwe ngayo umusi Mohlakeng Mhlanga umusi kwaMhlanga wazala indodana yakhe uManala wazala indodana yakhe umgiba umkhulu wami umnikazi walo mchele they move all the way from Randfontein Mhlanga to Silvergate kwaMnyamani where washona khona umusi uNamanala washona lapho wasala umgiba kuyingonyama esesaba kakhulu amabhulu nabo bona abamama bamaNdebele abafanele ebhengelele umama uMndebele afake ibhengelele umama uphi nabona amabhengele amaNdebele lawo abomama abafakayo yithi bokuqala ukuthola igolide eGauteng so it's our heritage le asomhlobiso nje so baye bamuva eSilverlake kaMnyamani umkhulu ezele umntana intombazana bathi uGezani basuka all the way to Church Square yabona ku stage saka Paul Kruger umkhulu wafika wahlala lapho yaba noGezani uGezani waba nomuntu uPaul Kruger waba nomntwana noGezani uPaul Kruger usibala wami manje ingonyama umgiba amabhulu bamsaba ahlala khona lapha eChurch bakhe izindlu zodaka lapha manje abantwana bakaMusi kwaMhlanga bebayi9 basuka all the way from Randfontein Mohlakeng inomlando omkhulu Randfontein Mohlakeng bayahamba bawulanda bahlala phambi kwengonyama umgiba lapha oqala uMogale that is why namhlanje uMogale City yethelwe ngayo uMogale ngoba amabhunu wagijisa babe eVictor lapha wathi la soMndebele umntwana wabaleka khona eRandfontein umphephu noChivas babaleka Northwest eLimpopo bayevenda bayohlala khona uDlomo Masombuka bayeNewcastle umHwaluba bala eMathibe Stad so umlandi nje wonke ngaze lishonila ngenxa yesikhathi nizongixolela kube ngizele ngasebenza zona indawo zomthetho manje ngisengekho right igama laNkulunkulu alibonge manje umlando wami uphelela khona lapho ngelinye ilanga sokuqhubeka nawo ngizochaza kwenye indawo asiyovaleni khona la kwamanje ngiyabonga angilale baleni sorry kancane so mina indlunkulu ifamily yami yangicoronate eFostora Stadium ngo2018 nge24 zaka September ngeheritage
ila ngibuya khona ke siyathokoza.
Akusawudumela. Can we get the round of applause for amakhosethu? Asibonge kakhulu. Asibonge, asibonge, asibonge. Amazi ukhale ukatlego ukuthi sekakhona na. Kulento esiyenzayo asina, kulento esiyenzayo. Kulento esiyenza. Hayi sukumani, 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 sukumani thina singama-activists. Ola uhlelo uyi-activist. Silwela impilo yethu kulento esiyenzayo. Okulento esiyenzayo. Okulento esiyenzayo. Asigijimeni my comrades, asigijimeni. Situlento esiyenzayo. Ekulento esiyenzayo. Situlento esiyenzayo. Anuvalo kulento sithi valo valo tololo. Nikhathele. Asinaluvalo. Asinaluvalo. Ekulento esiyenzayo. Ekulento esiyenzayo. Okulento esiyenzayo. Aluvalo. Kulento. Amandla. Long live C20, long live. Long live the spirit of Abantu, long live. Long live Sanek, long live. Long live Netlek, long live. Long live to all of us, long live. May the spirit of the voiceless be heard through us. Long live Amandla. Amandla. Sengizokwehla ngehlele phansi ngithi. Hayi man Mabalani thathi. Uyahlupha uMabalani. Ngicela nimkhuze tu akayibambi akafuna ukubopha ngazi ufunani kimi. Ngizobe ngingenzanga kahle uma ngashongo ngizokwehla ngibiza uchairperson. Chair, I'm not sure ukuthi unyamalele kuphi. I can't see you. I didn't see you this morning. Can you please as you come and ngiyehla mina uthatha ispace sakho ngithi lelizwe elamakhosikazi. Asoze aphela amandla. Elizwe elamakhosikazi. Woza nkosikazi usosikulela woza. Asoze aphela amandla. Aphela. Asoze aphela amandla. Asoze aphela amandla. Wozani bomama nisipulele nini? Asoze aphela amandla. Asoze Over to you. We've done. Okay, Comrade Nwabsu say something. Comrade Chair, I am handing over to you, Batauto. Comrade Chairperson? Okay, sure.
Amandla! Amandla! That song was very nice. And the women behind all of this, Sibulele and Ayanda, who were responsible for all the logistics, and we want to thank them and the teams that they were working with. In order for that thank you to land for a long time, the following people must do right by them and by the hotel. Pinampi Mano, Chakuchichi, Mureku Innocent, Lucky Chavalala, Rosh Kesta, Mandisa Janji, Mabuea Lebone, Klaba. You did not do the checkout. The hotel is hunting for you from them. So manja ayanda no Sibulele ayaphela manje. Bacela niyenza izinto zase reception. Chair, over to you.
Thank you very much, Comrade Amandla. All power. All power. Comrades, Program Director Gogo Shilampele, the entire leadership collective of C20, our elders on whose shoulders we stand, the leaders of civil society representing various sectors of society and areas of activism that are here, representatives of civil society from South Africa, other African countries, and the rest of the world. Good morning this afternoon. I had the opportunity of sitting right at the back and listening to the majority of the presentations from the working groups without disturbing, other than me being disturbed by the many media interviews that we had to field. which were important because they were the lens through which we were taking what is happening here to convey and communicate to those who could not be with us here. And in all the conversations that we have had, we have received and been received very warmly, only because of the manner in which we have conducted ourselves in the proceedings of this policy dialogue and launch. To which credit is not to the leadership, but to all of us, that we must give ourselves a round of applause. Some of the speakers that reflected in the reports that we received here made reference to the Freedom Charter and the 70th anniversary of the Freedom Charter that we should be celebrating this year on June 26, which I think is a very essential political foregrounding for the work that we have to do in G20 and beyond. It is an important premise because it represented that which we are trying to do with G20, that which we are trying to do with the national dialogue in South Africa. And so, invoking the spirit of the Freedom Charter, whose numb or essence of the aspirations it espoused find direct expression in the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa currently. And so, if you are a South African, there is no way in which you can embrace the Constitution without embracing that which inspired the Constitution, being the Freedom Charter. Our association and embrace to the Freedom Charter does not give political validity to any party political associations. It deals with the trust of the aspirations that are entailed in the Freedom Charter as a vision of what our forebears envisioned of what should become of South Africa and the world that we live in. Who dares to differ with the injunction of the Freedom Charter that the people shall share in the country's wealth? That injunction moves from the premise that indeed the country does have the wealth. And for justice to prevail, that wealth must be shared amongst all. The percentages that were cited by Professor Mutshekga in terms of the population we have, the African population, and the percentage of land they own is an anomaly. You can't have 80% of the population owning less than 10% of the land. It's not sustainable. You can't have 5% of the population owning 90% of the economy. It's an anomaly. And so, those injunctions should inspire our aspirations of what we call for the countries of G20 to do to reverse that which the Freedom Charter foresaw, including what our national dialogue should call for. I think it's an important foregrounding for all the discussions that we have had here. I also want to make reference to the programming that we have done here in this session. You would have noted that there are ministers that we invited who could not join us. Now, because we're at the end, I can disclose how elated I am that they could not join us.
And this is not a malicious assertion, right? This is not a malicious assertion. So by design, Mlo, what we wanted to do is that we wanted to use this session for those relevant government ministers to share information with us in terms of the work that they do on a normal day and the work that they do in relation to G20 according to the themes that we have identified. And it was equally by design that this dialogue should have more civil society voices than any other. And so my joy from their inability to join us is informed by the fact that we are now standing at the end of our dialogue. We did not lack on any substantive issue. Instead, the voices of civil society have been echoed even higher and higher amongst ourselves. And so it is the voices of civil society that have set the agenda of what we are going to do in C20 to even go and influence G20. And that is where my joy comes from on that. If you look into the objectives that were read into the plenary as to why we convened this session, one by one, we have achieved and even exceeded our achievement of the purpose and the objectives why we have convened this session. In many instances, success is measured by how full the hall was, or failure, how full the hall was, which is something that we achieved in our dialogue. Full attendance. We wanted this session to share information about the progress of work that is being done by government and civil society, which we have achieved successfully. If you look into the presentations that were done by DERCO and other government representatives that managed to join us. We set this session to start our own process of scoping the content of what goes into each of our working groups. The panel discussions that we had, culminating into the individual working groups meeting, was, in my view, the greatest highlight that will go in annals of history to inform that which will be translated into a policy brief from those working groups, consolidated into a policy pack that will influence the governments of G20. And so, the greatest success of this session is that we did not give a theoretical articulation of what are the principles of G20, what are the principles of C20. Those are principles that we lived. When we have a principle on transparency, we came here and opened ourselves and indicated that we hosted this session from a zero budget. None of us had a single cent of what went into this conference in our hands. Our strategic partner, an entity of the DTIC, which is called the ECIC, that deals with export exchanges, said, we see value in what you are planning to do. Get us a quote from the hotel we are going to pay. On Friday, they transferred their money straight to the hotel, and that's when the craze started. And so,
We are not going to have a civil society process that will be marred by accusations and counter accusations of people who have received so much money and so much money went into buying what and all of those things. We don't want to be distracted by side issues and leave the agenda for which we are here for. Others who were actually decampaigning us thought that when we do not receive a single cent that will fund us to transport these delegates, this is going to collapse. And we're inviting them to look into the beauty of the pictures that have been here. And so the bold claim we can make out of the principle of transparency is that we do not only know the making of the success of this dialogue, we have been part of creating it. No one can ever claim of having sponsored us so that we sing loud about their agenda. We are creating our own agenda that we self-funded by transporting ourselves to be here. One of the principles that drive the work of civil society and C20 is independence. We created this program of this session from beginning to end without any whispers of, no, change this, include this one, don't include that one. This is of our own making. When we engage with government and all other social partners, we don't call on them to like us. We call on them to engage us on the strength of our ideas that we're putting on the table. Our independence is all that we have. It cannot be auctioned for any convenience. The greatest injustice that any leader of civil society can make is to emerge with agreements that put the leadership in comfort at the expense of the agenda that has been mandated to us by our constituents. We rather be disliked for advancing the agenda and the plight of our constituency than being given a loud round of applause in platforms that take us away from our constituents. Inclusiveness is not something that we must create. It is who we are. It is what we are. It is what we live for. It is what we live by. When we made a bid for the leadership of C20, there was a question about inclusiveness. And we said, no, that question is rendered null and void in our case. We don't have to go and mobilize these sectors of society such that we can say now they are included. They are already here. We represent them, we lead them. We are part of them. When we said we don't have to go and recruit disability to be part of the Apex leadership, they are part of our constituents. They did not believe. We went further to say, if we give, in this example of disability, Pralux, if we give disability to be one of the deputy chairs, it does not mean that is the only space in which disability has room to participate, including in the working groups. And we have one of the working groups being chaired by a person from the disability sector. Not because they are disabled, only because they are equally competent like any other one on merit who can lead a working group. And that applies to all other sectors that we have given space to. And so our agenda for mainstreaming in this example of disability is such that in the South African context, we are all candidates of disability by virtue of the fact that in one way or another, we are going to get into motorized transport when we live here. We are candidates of disability. That then should challenge us not to only relegate issues of disability to be issues that are championed by those who are already disabled. It is an issue that we must own up to, even in the absence of a disabled person in the room. It is an issue that we must advocate for. The same with struggles that have been highlighted for women. If income and economic status was a function of an equation where you say you earn according to the amount of work that you put in society, women should be the richest. And so, we must not fall for the fallacy that the plight of the challenges that women are confronted with are social relational issues that are romantic in nature. In the name of the social issues that women are confronted with, it is economic power relations that already put them in a position of disadvantage in many other aspects of society. And so if we address the economic plight of women, half the social problems that they experience will already be addressed. They must not be given social relief as welfare and not affirm them to be at the center of economy and the labor market such that they can do it for themselves by themselves. One of the reasons why of all these sectors, disability, for example, is not a recognized engagement group. It is us as civil society, hosted in South Africa, that we must make for a call, a clarion call of the governments of the world that are organized under G20 in South Africa to recognize Disability 20 as a distinct engagement group like any other engagement group. And it is good that the call even for others like the Co-op 20 and so on. So we must not as civil society wait for recognition. We must organize ourselves, and that recognition will find us in motion because we don't need anyone's permission to organize ourselves and express our voices. The plight of mainstreaming on LGBTQI on the rural communities and children is something that we must advance. Because these are communities that are already vulnerable. And if not taken care of, including the youth, they will graduate from being vulnerable into being full-blown marginalized. And then they are lost into society. Here is how a society can lose a grouping. If we are not careful, the challenges of youth unemployment will render us to lose a complete generation from getting a demographic dividend as a benefit of society in a youthful population. Having a youthful population is not an inherent benefit that will translate into a demographic dividend.
You don't draw a dividend without investing. Until and unless we invest in the lives of young people through education, skills, employment, and the economy, we are not going to draw that dividend. We are likely to face the complete wiping out of a full generation of young people, not to anything else but to drugs, alcohol, and substance abuse. The phenomenon of amapara in every community, that in every household you are going to have that, is something that must concern all of us. When you look at them as a generation, it means something big is staring to hit us in our faces as a society. We must go and reclaim those young people. We must go and empower and invest in the lives of those young people. We have no bin to throw those young people. We can't lose them. We can't. We must go and reclaim them as a society. One of the distinguishing factors of the South African and the African presidency for C20 and G20 is that, as you could already see in the policy proposals that we're advocating for, we are effectively raising our hand to be counted as part of the solution in the equation. We are not participating by asking questions. We are not participating by raising problems. We are raising solutions. One of the distinguishing factors of our presidency must be legacy projects across all those working groups. Where we should challenge ourselves is not to postpone this for the future, for us to make demands to governments. We have a working group on disaster resilience and responsiveness by communities. It can't be business as usual when our people and communities in Umtata are facing what they are facing. C20 must initiate a campaign. Children that have lost everything for their schooling are able to get tangible benefit from our actions as civil society in response to the plight of what is happening there. People can't wait for government to have food when we can collect and share amongst ourselves and go and deliver in that community. When we call on the governments of the world that will be landing here in South Africa, we must highlight all these areas of disaster and say, as communities, we wake up to witness this. We don't have to read it. We are asking for collaboration so that we respond to those types of situations. It's a challenge that we must lead by example on and not wait for others for us to act on. And so, legacy projects will challenge us that C20 and G20 will not end with the hosting of the Summit of the Heads of State in November, but those legacy projects must live on even into other presidencies of C20 and G20. Social justice will be one of the defining features of the advocacy we make. It is now abundantly clear that we are not apologetic about a pan-African posture that we impose on ourselves, which will also wear gender lens in the articulation of the policy perspectives that we'll be advocating in our policy pack. From now on, C20 must live within and amongst the people. We must undertake our advocacy to community level so that all these brilliant ideas that we champion, people must be able to relate to. It must be people-centered, people-driven, and at the end of it all, it must create public value. People must be able to say, with the coming of G20 into our shores,
we have been able to be counted as part of the voices that have set the global agenda for development and justice in the world. As national apex organizations, we must not hog the space and close the space for grassroots organizations. We don't have to compete. One of the factors that have made our session the greatest success is because we do not only talk to theoretical and academic evidence, but empirically, we talk to lived experiences of what we wake up to see in our communities on a daily basis. And so we're going to juxtapose and buttress our academic evidence with on the ground, groundswell movement of grassroots organizations that are going to say, we don't wake up to read this in newspapers or in research. We can tell you this is what we experience on a daily basis when we wake up. And so that is a philosophical approach that we're going to take. And so when we do that, we are going to have limited resources. I can confirm that now. But we're challenging everyone in the room, every organization in the room and elsewhere, that when you decide to have your own organizational activities, do take your own initiative and invite us to come and participate in those activities in your own churches, in your own organizations, in your own communities, so that the name of C20 is sustained through all our sectors at a community level. The anti-transformation voice has been emboldened in South Africa and even in the world. We are witnessing growing nationalism, which we must see as an opportunity in crisis as Africa. When we are confronted with COVID-19 and the developed countries produce the vaccines and they have more vaccines than the people, and societies that have more people have way less vaccine, that should be an indictment on us. That we must begin to grow or brew homegrown solutions to these challenges that we are witnessing. That's what we call an opportunity in crisis. It means we must begin to position the African Continental Free Trade Agreement as an instrument that will see Africa as a market of its own for its own first and foremost, before consuming things that come from elsewhere. We must swell the markets of the African continent with products and services that are produced here and leverage that free trade amongst Africans first and foremost as a solution to address a plethora of other socio-economic challenges that we are confronted with. In the opening, we raised a similar indictment that on the slightest provocation of a conflict between Russia and Ukraine, we can't get fertilizer, our agriculture is badly affected, and we know the real impact of that on food security, on malnutrition, on deepening poverty, and on death. Dire consequences. And so all of these must be seen as an opportunity in crisis for us to find homegrown solutions into all those challenges. Ours must be to make a call to action with outcomes that are practical in affecting the lives of the people in our communities. We must go beyond slogans. We must be meaningful on our demands and outcomes. And when we articulate that, we won't just say we need access to health, education, and all of those. We must equally articulate what are the resultant outcomes that we want to drive out of that. And all our outcomes will have nothing to do with us as leaders, will have nothing to do with our individual organizations, will have nothing to do with the confederations of our organizations, but will have everything to do with the people, the people, the people. That will be the defining feature of our work and the advocacy. The prerequisite for all these things we talk about to be successful is that first and foremost, we must be organized as civil society. The reason on the wake of a process like G20 and C20 that you can have people who can look us in the eyes and say we can contest these ones and contest them successfully because we have all the money is because we are not sufficiently organized as civil society. There is no vacuum of leadership in South Africa on any other day. There is leadership in South Africa in civil society sectors. The demise of Sangoko that the Sherpa reflected on day one has brought us to where we are. And so a decision was long taken. And I can see many of you were in the Presidential Social Sector Summit that we hosted with the President. And one of the outcomes of that, we must organize civil society differently and better. Now we have transcended the stage of talking about that. We have already incorporated civil society South Africa as what will be the replacement of Sangoko. When we go into the launch of that, many of our organizations are going to participate, but the organizing will be different. When we say, please allow me, comrades, to use the disability sector as an example again. When we say we have a sector of disability, we don't expect the community-based disability organization from CREDOC to say we also want to be in the flow of the launch of Civil Society South Africa. Instead, the disability movement in all its sub-sectors must organize a voice of a united movement of disability that will then be represented in that as an apex of its own as a sector of disability. And you take that and multiply it by all other sectors that we have. And that will be the nature of that apex network that we are going to have. And that is just the prerequisite for us to succeed on this. In conclusion, comrades, and this is truly from the bottom of my heart that it has played out in front of your eyes that there was no hidden ace cards and agenda where we were saying that work stream or working group have to have these issues as part of its agenda. It's an organic agenda that has emerged from our own engagements here. That is important for us because the success of our advocacy depends on that collective ownership of this work that we have done here. We must not allow it to fail. We must not allow it to collapse in our hands. Just as we concluded, we received a message of support from the APRM, Continental Secretariat. There is a lot of work that the APRM is doing in generating evidence across various themes of economic development, of social transformation, corporate governance, poverty, and all of those. That's a partnership we're going to embrace, and we appreciate the message of support from the APRM. The APRM in South Africa has been disorganized by the laziness of government. They've created a lull in the structures of the APRM in South Africa. Here and now, we are announcing that we are going to organize differently in the space of the APRM. APRM is a civil society driven process leading into government processes. We're going to establish a dedicated civil society reference group on APRM. Sectors like children previously participated in the APRM, but they are not there now. Because you have governments that may want to dictate as to what should be the nature of the DNA of the civil society. And so, when we do that, it will be in our best interest that, true to the dictum of the fact that until and unless we are organized, none of the things we're advocating for is going to succeed. And that will be another platform of engagement for all of us. Comrades, we make no apology for the fact that there are organizations that have appropriated themselves a God-given right of representing us without our knowledge. There are organizations that wear nice suits and represent us in platforms of bricks which we know nothing about. We are reclaiming that space. It is the space that will be represented by all of us. There are organizations that go to the African Union every February. And sometimes when given an opportunity, they insult all of us in civil society as illiterates who are coming with a head in hand begging for funding. This must have been a proof enough that ours to succeed as an agenda does not depend on the wealthy in funding us. We stand for that which we believe in. Those who are attracted by our ideas will collaborate with us, support us, and move forward with us. Those are the spaces that we're going to reclaim and make sure that they have the genuine voices of civil society. I want to close by truly appreciating the Sherpa and the head of secretariat and the teams that we work with. Gogo Sheila is a very hard deputy chair who asks difficult questions and after all is said, then provides solutions. The team of deputy chairs, the team of sous Sherpas that we have been to one meeting and they just gelled and lifted this work into the success that you can see here. The agenda of civil society gets compromised when we as leaders make this thing to be about ourselves. If this front row chair is not dedicated to me as a chair, not just this plastic chair, it must be a couch, it's not comfortable for the chair, I'm not taken serious here and all of that. When I enter as the chair, everyone must stand up and, comrades, when are we going to fulfill this agenda if this thing is about us? In the DNA of civil society, why should a grassroots leader need an appointment to see us when we are all in the same room, when we can say, in fact, Chair, this is what we want to raise with you? And so I truly appreciate the team of leaders that has subjected themselves to my leadership as a chair and willingly guiding, providing support and leadership. That will take us far. The team led by Ayanda and Sibu. And what is that team called? Impact Drivers. They say dynamites come in. That team, colleagues, is a team that we have seen running all over the place.
What we must say is that not a single one of them is paid 0.10 cents. It is something they saw value in and said, we will lay a hand in making this work a success. If you go into the amount of interviews we have done here with media, you would think that there is a high-level dedicated team of journalists, which is just basically Noko and his small team. If you see the beauty of the decor that is here, you would be mistaken to think that this is the actual G20. When I saw this, I was so jealous, I even asked them, can you take pictures and video before everyone else comes in so that we can showcase this? What that goes to tell is that we have it all within civil society. It only needs us to provide space and opportunity for all of us to express our talents for the overall good and win of our activities. This would not have been a success without all these delegates that are here. Most importantly, none of you walked here. You paid something to be here. From your own pockets, from your organizations, and so on. That is the highest level of commitment that any organization and individual leader can ever make to an agenda. You must go back and express our gratitude to the organizations you come from for having funded you to be here for the success of this program. We were genuine. We remain sincere to the fact that all of us are already pre-registered for the national dialogue. All of us remain pre-registered for the social summit. We started this together. We're going to lift it together to the end. And when we look back, everyone else who ever hosts C20 post us must look back into the lessons and say, indeed, South Africa has done it for the glory of Africa. Amandla. Thank you very much, comrades. Over to the program directors again. I am told that should bring us to the end of our session. It would have been nice if we were able to take a group photo of all of us who are here. If it was to be possible with the photographers. I'm sure we can work out something here in front or at the back so that we're all able to move. But let's do something. This is a beautiful picture. Thank you very much, Amandla.